Chapter 390. The autumn wind blew down the leaves and dyed the paddy golden yellow. Everyone who had planted the late rice was busy sharpening their knives, preparing for the joy of autumn. The old man was not idle either. He gathered a group of people to fish crabs from the ponds in the mountains. This was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said in their letters. They left a small portion for the old man and sent the rest to between the clouds and the water. The old man was also waiting. The 2,000 mu of land belonged to his family and was only used by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Along with the letters, there were also 8 crabs. The usage of each crabs was written in the letters, making the old man feel both curious and warm. The crabs and prawns were scooped up one by one. The servants of the Bai family cheered from time to time. The old man, along with his granddaughters Axaner and Lu Ver, stood to the side and watched. "Grandpa, do we eat the big crabs raw? I heard that they are better eaten raw." Axaner licked her lips and asked. She had not eaten crabs that many times. Children were usually not allowed to eat things that could cause them to get sick. If they accidentally got sick, they might die. Only last year did she eat them a few times. They were the very small kind, skewered and fried. They made crunching sounds in her mouth, but there was no meat in them. The old man patted his granddaughter's head. "Logically speaking, we should eat them raw or drunk, but Xiao Bao and Kukut said in their letters that we can't eat them like that. If we want to eat them, send them to between the clouds and the water. They will cook them raw and drunk crabs. Otherwise, it is easy to get sick. Let's eat steamed crabs. Between the clouds and the water should cook steamed crabs. The food there is delicious." Xan now believed in between the clouds and the water the most when eating. She would not eat the food cooked by her own chef. Okay. Let's eat the food made by between the clouds and the water. Don't worry about getting a stomachache. Send the first batch of fish to the Yamen of Huaiyuan County and send some to between the clouds and the water. Let them cook it first and eat it when they get back. The old man dotingly agreed. In fact, he was also eating at between the clouds and the water. There was a special recipe for him there. Seeing that nearly 500 caddies of food had been scooped out, he quickly sent someone to deliver it to the Zhang family and Wang family so that they could have a taste first. Later on, he would send more. According to the Zhang family's custom, if they had good food, they would share it with the villagers and the bailiffs. In Huaiyuan County, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were also waiting for the shrimps and crabs to be sent over. They wanted to have a big meal to satisfy their cravings. The mountain road had been completed, but the other roads in Huaiyuan County still had to wait for a few months. There were too many people, but there were too many roads to be repaired. The Yamen's account had money. In the beginning, there were 80,000 strings of coins. In addition to the various taxes collected later on, Zhang Zhong was confident that he could repair the roads to any place that had houses. Except for the houses that lived alone on the mountain, he could repair all the roads. Not only did he repair the houses in the county, but he also specially built a main road in the surrounding counties. He directly hired people from the counties and discussed with them. After the autumn harvest, Lin County would provide manpower, while Huaiyuan County would provide tools and materials for road repair. He would also build several main roads in the neighboring counties. The people in Lin County's Yamen were secretly delighted. While they agreed, they also said that Zhang Zhong was a fool. He spent so much money just for the convenience of transportation. He actually helped Lin County repair the roads and kept some for himself. No one said anything. He foolishly took out the money to help others. Of course, the people in the Yamen in Lin County were just jealous, especially the Yamen runners. While they said that Huaiyuan County's county magistrate Zhang Zhong was a fool, they envied the good life of the Yamen runners in Huaiyuan County. Each of them carried a knife on their waist, rode a horse, and wore clothes that fit them neatly. The Yamen in Huayuan County actually hired a lot of people to wash the Yamen runners' clothes every day. The Yamen runners in other counties only had one set of clothes, and they were washed by their own family members. However, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County had 7 to 8 sets, and they even had different seasons. When doing things in the county, the Yamen runners in other counties either bought food or bullied a small shop. However, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County not only immediately brought food, drinks, and medicine, but also a small card with a number written on it. As long as they ate in a certain shop in Huayuan County, they could pay with the small card. There was a fixed number. When the time came, these shops would take the small card to the Yamen to exchange for money or tax. In this way, the Yamen runners in Huayuan County could persevere no matter how hard the training was. In addition to the good food supply, they were all strong and healthy. If they were compared with others, the Yamen runners in other counties would not be able to raise their heads. In the contradiction of taking advantage of the situation and scolding Zhang Zhong for being a fool, Zhang Zhong sent the booklet of the tax and rent that should be paid this year, which caused an uproar in the imperial court. The people in the imperial court knew that the original county magistrate one had collected an extra year's rent. They thought that Zhang Zhong would write a booklet and say that it was reduced this year. Unexpectedly, it was 5 times the usual amount. This news quickly spread to the surrounding counties. The county magistrates in these counties were all gnashing their teeth in anger. Huayuan County had sent so much, what should they do? They still wanted to find an excuse to reduce the rent and keep more for themselves. Compared to Huayuan County, if they dared to do this, they could forget about continuing to be county magistrate next year. They were not capable enough. At this time, Zhang Zhong did another stupid thing. He negotiated with the surrounding counties to rent their land to grow vegetables in the winter. Some of the materials needed would also be sent from the Yamen. The Yamen would spend money to buy the materials first. When the time came, they would sell them to the Zhang family at a higher price. This was done under his own name. The county magistrates were happy. Zhang Zhong rented 1,000 mu of land at once. He only rented it for a few months and paid 50 copper coins per mu. If he wanted to grow vegetables on so much land, the materials would cost several thousand strings of coins. Even if the price was increased by 20%, he could still earn 1,000 strings of coins. This was 1,000 mu of land in a county. When the time came, he would need to hire the local people to help with the farming. In a few months, the hired people would earn more than a year of farming. While they were scolding Zhang Zhong for being a fool, the county magistrates were also relieved. They also wrote booklets and increased the amount of money that the county had to pay this year to the highest, which was twice as much as the previous years. They originally wanted to keep some for themselves, but after being forced by Zhang Zhong's booklet, none of the county magistrates dared to keep more. It was not worth it to keep less. As a result, all of them were tortured to the point that they almost went crazy. They scolded, hated, and liked Zhang Zhong. Not only that, Zhang Zhong also asked the Zhang family to open a game shop in a few counties. They also used the maps of those counties. Some of the work of making figurines was given to the poor people in those counties. They also ordered a large number of handicrafts in those counties. All of the poultry and livestock in those counties were bought and sold at very low prices. It was also because of this that the money earned by the surrounding counties was enough for them to double the amount of money that they had to pay this year. With the rent doubled, the people's lives were good enough. Someone secretly calculated for Zhang Zhong. The money that he had spent these few times added up to less than 40,000 strings of coins. That was 40,000 strings of coins. How much land and population could it buy? Just like that, it was used by Zhang Zhong to take care of the neighboring counties. Every day, things from other counties were transported in carts. Zhang Zhong arranged for people to build more than a dozen large warehouses and put things in different categories. The poultry and livestock were directly slaughtered and frozen. For a time, the restaurants in Huaiyuan County began to buy all kinds of blood tofu. The yamen runners also brought it home every day. There was also a road connecting Yawang Mountain to Tonglin County. While Zhang Xiaobao and the other two were waiting for the crab and training people, a small team of 5 carts came from that side. Xiaobao, tell me, what is your family doing? This is the first time I have seen a charity like yours. So much money is given to others for free. Li Sun's eyes followed the movement of the 5 carts. He touched Zhang Xiaobao beside him and asked. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe my father feels that he is leaving, so he wants to give more benefits to the people here. The lives of ordinary people are not easy, so he wants to help if he can. Li Sun thought for a while and felt that other than Zhang Xiaobao's reason, he could not think of any other reason. He glanced at the training people and said, I don't know when the crabs and shrimps will come. I have to use the crab 8 pieces you gave me well. It should be soon. Grandpa Bai will definitely send the crabs that he caught before here. Don't worry. I will make you a few more dishes. Zhang Xiaobao was also tempted by Li Sun's question. Li Sun stared at that side. When a team of carts appeared there, Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao happily, They are coming. They are coming. That can't be. Zhang Xiaobao squinted his eyes and looked. He felt that it did not look like the team that the old man asked people to send things. What can't it be? It's my gift to you. There are 20 carts. You can't usually see it here, so I asked people to send it here from other places. It should be 22 to 23 carts. But on the way here, the outermost carts can't be eaten and can only be thrown away. This thing is good. I am planning to plant it in other places so that there will be vegetables to eat in winter. Li Sun waved his hand in that direction. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were curious. The team gradually approached and stopped in front of them. The curtain was lifted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned at the same time, then they became happy. Li Sun walked over and took one. You haven't seen it before, right? White song is grown in Hebei province. It is not convenient to transport it here, so no one transported it. The production this year is large, so the management hopes to plant more in more places. In the past, there were also some in other places with different colors. I know you always want to get something that you have never seen before, so I send it to you. The taste of white song is better than other cabbage. These are enough for your family to eat in winter. White song. Cabbage? No, why did it come out in this season? It should be a few days later, oh. Zhang Xiaobao touched the cabbage with his hand. He didn't expect to be able to eat cabbage. This thing has a large production and can be preserved for a long time. So this is it. Yi Lu Wang Jian is preparing food. It's just cabbage, but it's called white song. No wonder we couldn't find it. Now it's good. We can make pig dishes. Wang Wan also reacted. She looked up a lot of things and wanted to find all kinds of useful and familiar things to use. But she didn't expect that the ingredients for the pickled cabbage that she always wanted to eat in winter were right next to her. Yes, this is it. Do you know how to eat it? It can be fried or stewed with tofu. Li Sun nodded and said, Of course it's in this season. Otherwise, when are we waiting? You are a prodigal. You can plant some other vegetables first, then this. This thing is cold resistant. You wasted the opportunity to plant other things. Do you have seeds? Get me more. Also, get all the new things that have appeared elsewhere. Things like stir-fried tofu and stewed tofu. I will tell you how to eat them, oh. Chapter 391. With the arrival of the cabbage, the 65 people no longer needed to continue training. They were called back to the yamen by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. On the way back, Wang Wan asked people to quickly go back and prepare a large vat. A water vat would do. Also, prepare stones 2 sizes smaller than the mouth of the water vat, a millstone, and a large amount of salt, not the thin and white kind. Li Sun didn't know why Wang Wan was giving orders. When they arrived at the yamen, the crabs and prawns sent by the old man had also arrived. Just in time to use prawns to stir-fry cabbage. The staple food is cabbage dumplings, and the soup is dried tofu cabbage shredded soup. Make sweet and sour cabbage, steamed crab meat cabbage buns, soak sea cucumber, and make vinegar cabbage head. It can also be used as a cold dish, Wang Wan muttered as she walked into the yamen. She liked to eat cabbage the most. There were various cooking methods. As long as there were enough ingredients, she could make dozens of dishes in one go. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think so much. He was satisfied as long as there was pickled cabbage, especially the pickled cabbage that was stewed with meat. It was not greasy and tasty, or he could eat it raw. He had always eaten cabbage as a fruit. At this time, he was holding a cabbage core in his hand. It was crispy and sweet, and it reminded him a little of the past. Li Sun was also hungry. Zhang Xiaobao was eating too happily. He watched Zhang Xiaobao eat the cabbage core and didn't throw away the remaining one. He asked, "Have you seen Bai Song? This one can't be eaten." "No, who said this one can't be eaten?" "It can be made into pickles, just like the melon slices. I'll tell you how to make it later. These methods are not important, just think about it. What's important is the vat. As long as it's done, this dish can be kept until summer. Even if the taste changes, it's better than nothing." Zhang Xiaobao was already preparing to take the cabbage seeds to the south. Other than the cabbage, there were also small cabbages. It was good to make soup, and it could also be eaten with sauce. Li Sun paid attention to this matter. If it could be put in the summer, that meant that people could eat dishes on a normal day. Even if it was a time of shortage, he decided to take a good look at how it was done. When he entered the yamen, everything was already prepared. In fact, it was very simple. He brushed the water tank clean, put the salt in the cabbage, and put them into the tank one by one. Then, he put a millstone on top of the cabbage. After a few days, he added a few more cabbages in. When it was about time, he changed the water and the pickled cabbage would be ready. Li Sun memorized the entire procedure and asked Wang Wan, who had stopped commanding, "That's it? It's not over yet. After a few more days, we'll see if there are any bubbles in the water. You want to change the water?" "I know. I thought it was a big deal. Others have already done it. When it was done, it tasted sour in my mouth," Li Sun said proudly to Wang Wan. He finally had something he knew. Wang Wan didn't expect that someone had already done it. Since Li Sun said it, she didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't say anything. At least there were many different ways to eat it. For example, he wouldn't tell him about the pickled cabbage hot pot. After a while, crabs, shrimps, and the newly brought cabbage were made into a table full of dishes. The two families and Li Sun sat around and started eating. When they were almost done eating, Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun, "Do you have any idle people? Lend me some for work." "When do you need them?" "When you receive the rice, you can have some. The Li family has people in Zhuangzi." Li Sun replied. "Then it's too late. I need it now. Pluck the cotton, which is the white fold cotton. After it blossoms, it will grow fluffy. Get someone to pluck it. I have use for it. When the time comes, I'll give you some benefits. Li Sun remembered that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had bought a lot of baidizi in the capital and planted them in old Shangshu's nephew's field. There were about 8,000 of them. Originally, there were 10,000 of them, but some died later. Xiaobao, what are you going to do with them? If there's no other way, you can get the prefectural soldiers to pick them. There aren't many, less than 9,000. There are about 8,000 or 700. They'll be gone in a while. Li Sun felt that there weren't enough baidizi in that field. Then forget it. I'll find someone to pick them myself. It'll take 2 to 3 months. When the cotton blossoms, I'll go and pick them. I don't know how much they'll be able to pick. Let's see how much they'll produce first. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly had his own thoughts. He thought about the 10 mu of cotton and didn't need too many people. 3 people to 1 mu. They could slowly pick them. After the meal, Li Sun returned to the courtyard he bought. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat together to discuss. Xiaobao, did you buy too little? There are more than 8,000 of them left. How much cotton can there be? How can there be 8,000 caddies? Wang Wan felt that it was a little too little. Xiaobao shook his head vigorously and said, 8,000 caddies. Let's plant 700 plants in 1 mu of land. If we plant 8,000 caddies, then 1 mu of land will yield 700 caddies. Here, 1 caddy is 640 grams. Then, 1 mu of land will yield 900 caddies. The best cotton seeds we had back then were 1,600 caddies per mu. 100 years ago, it was 300 to 400 caddies per mu. That was already pretty good. How much do you think we can get here? How can we get so much? It doesn't seem like much. At that time, we were specifically thinking about how to plant them. The seeds were also improved countless times. With all kinds of supplementary fertilizers and pesticides, we should be able to get 50 caddies per mu, right? 12 mu is 600 caddies. Wang Wan immediately weighed down the weight. Zhang Xiaobao continued to shake his head. I estimate that we'll get 40 caddies per mu. That's a success. In total, it'll be 500 caddies. If we synthesize it, it'll be more than 780 caddies. Let's make do with it. Let's see if we can get 800 caddies. It'll be enough to make some quilts. Wang Wan sighed and suddenly thought of something. I estimate that we can only get 750 caddies, or even less. We still have to remove the seeds. After that, it'll be even less. That's right. We still have to make tools for removing the seeds and a flower tying machine. Tomorrow, we'll get someone to keep an eye on 1 mu. I estimate that it'll take 2 people a day to harvest 1 mu. It's still because we don't have enough cotton balls. It seems that we have to think of ways to cultivate in the future. We can't just look at the flowers. What we need is cotton. We'll make a flower tying machine in the evening. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of this matter. He was getting more and more uncertain. They had occupied 12 mu of land, but they only got 600 to 700 caddies of cotton. How much would they need to sell it to be comparable to farming? There was no other way. The cotton plants were too tall, and the space between them couldn't be small. Later on, they cultivated short plants. They were densely planted, with many branches and many fruits. A single cotton flower could reach 7 caddies. This was just an ornamental thing. Who would specially think of cultivating it? They could only cultivate it themselves. There should be such people in the Sinong temple. They should think of a way to find them. If that didn't work, they could also get some information. The two of them discussed and came out to find someone to make a flower tying machine. This thing was simple. They just had to find a way to let the cotton wool pass through while leaving the seeds. It was the most primitive kind. There were 2 sticks, one big and one small. The gap in the middle was adjusted according to the size of the cotton seeds. If they made a slight improvement, they would step on it. When one side stepped on it, the other side would move. They just had to remove a few gears from the fan and adjust it. This is a great invention. In the future, people will remember our name. It'll be called the Bao Wan flower tying machine. Oh, it needs to be engraved with the name of the craftsman or the unique mark of the craftsman. Zhang Xiaobao stepped on it a few times and said proudly to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded. Xiaobao, you're really a good person. You know to share some of the glory with the craftsman. Of course. If one of them breaks while using it, it's obvious that the quality is not good. I have to find the craftsman. If I don't leave my mark, how will I know who made it? Zhang Xiaobao finally told the truth. I take back what I said just now. It's really not bad. Wang Wan didn't care about the flower tying machine anymore. She turned around and left after saying that. Early in the next morning, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun set off for the cotton field with about 10 maids and 20 male servants from the inner courtyard. At noon, the old man's nephew was already waiting at the dock. When he saw them coming, he arranged a meal first. After a quick meal, they came to the cotton field. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought that with more than 8,000 cotton plants, they could take up 12 mu if they planted them according to the length of 1 meter. In the end, they took up 11 mu. But wasn't this mu too small? The cotton plants were close to each other. The sunlight was always blocked, so the cotton did not only grow on the top, but also on the lower branches. Taking a closer look, as expected, there were not many cotton plants that had grown on the lower branches. Picking means plucking them. First, put them in your pocket. If there are too many, put them in the sack. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand, and more than 30 people rushed over. They had never done this kind of work before, so they were really unfamiliar with it. With one hand in their lapels, they used the other hand to search for the cotton stalks, picking whatever they saw. Young Masterly, this year's production is a little low. I can only give you 5 sets. A set with pillow covers, mattresses, and quilts will cost about 5 caddies. No, it's more than 8 caddies. There are only 5 sets. When you go back home, you can give them to whoever you like. Zhang Xiaobao calculated the production even lower. In the end, they could get about 600 caddies of cotton. If they only made the quilts, they could make about 130 to 140 sets. If they made a full set, they could only make about 70 to 80 sets. They still had to cut some materials. Li Sun didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. He didn't think much about it and nodded. He didn't care what Zhang Xiaobao gave him in the end. He would just take it. Wang Wan was also worried. I still have to make clothes. Give me 3 sets. That's fine. Young Masterly, I said I would give you 3 sets. I'll give you something else. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was right. He still had to make clothes and shoes. He couldn't make all of them into a quilt. He then discussed with Li Sun. Any amount is fine. Li Sun didn't have many requirements. To be precise, he didn't care about what Zhang Xiaobao gave him. It was just a quilt. How bad could it be? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard Li Sun's answer and sighed in relief at the same time. Then, they looked at the people picking cotton. Chapter 392. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but be surprised. Other people would pick the cotton with one hand and pick with the other. But there was someone in front of them who fastened her clothes and picked with both hands. Her speed was much faster than before. Wait for her to come back later. Ask her how she thought of doing this. When the time comes, we can teach it to others and use it next year. Wang Wan looked over and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also had the same idea. He agreed and continued to wait. There were a lot of people. They stared at 1 mu of land and used 2 hours to finish harvesting. The amount was definitely not the output of 1 mu of land. If there was still cotton, they would have to wait for a month, 2 months, or even 3 months. That was the characteristic of cotton, unless it was specially cultivated for a different purpose. Seeing that they couldn't estimate the amount, Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to bring over the flour tying machine and let someone put the cotton in. After a few adjustments, he found that it was easy to use. Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. This way, it could be used in the future. The people of the Zhang family were already used to the things that the young master could do. Li Sun watched from the side and didn't know what was going on. One could see when the white folded cotton bloomed and when the white folded cotton appeared. Why did he put it in a box and squeeze it? Zhang Xiaobao also didn't explain to Li Sun. He would talk about it when there was the real thing. It was useless to talk about it now. Wang Wan called over the servant girl who worked the fastest. Looking at the symbol, it was 3 stars. After looking at it carefully, she recognized it. Xiao Su, why did you think of that idea just now? Later, tell the others that if you teach them, you will get 1 more star. Thank you, young lady. I just felt that I could do it faster. Just a glance is enough. Where is the lump? Reach out and pick it. Xiao Su didn't expect that picking a white folded cotton would give her 1 star. She was already 4 stars. If she worked harder, she would get 5 stars. Well, not bad. Continue to work. After you've finished harvesting these few acres of land, come find us at the dock. Wang Wan instructed. Then, together with Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun, she headed towards the dock. She really didn't want to wait here. The others had started first. This was a skilled job. It was slow at the beginning, but it was faster as they gradually got used to it. She estimated that they could finish harvesting those several mu of land before dark. Mr. Li, did you go to the supermarket in Sanshui County this time? Zhang Xiaobao thought of the supermarket on his way back. He couldn't leave behind a mess. When Li Sun heard Zhang Xiaobao mention the supermarket, he said happily, I went to take a look. Many people pass by on the boat. When they see the supermarket, they will deliberately stop and walk around. They want to see the novelty. In the end, most of the people who walk in will buy some things. Some people even buy more and more things. They want to buy whatever they see. When they are waiting for the bill, they realize that they don't have enough money. There are also people who specially ask for pockets. Ever since the pockets started to receive money, those who come to buy daily necessities will carry their own baskets or bags. There are almost no people who steal things. A bailiff is arranged at the door. They are all afraid of seeing the official. It will be fine once you get used to it. After a few years, the locals won't have that kind of novelty. It will become a normal thing to come and buy things. Other places will also open up one after another. Those who haven't built their houses will urge them. When they open one, they will start to earn money. If you want to expand quickly, you can pawn the houses of the supermarkets that have been built. It is like a mortgage. But we still need to use it. If we can't pay back the money, the houses will belong to the pawn shop. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun was interested, he began to tell him how to use this method. Li Sun didn't have the slightest idea of doing this. We definitely can't pawn the houses. The interest is too much. It's not worth it. It's better to cooperate with others. If it really doesn't work, I will pull more people in. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Sun didn't agree, he didn't continue to persuade him. In fact, there were other methods, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to take them out now. Li Sun had learned a lot, even if he didn't know it himself. When the rice was harvested and piled up, the weather was getting colder. In another 2 months, it would be the Chinese New Year. The cotton was almost finished. The remaining was not worth waiting for. It was unknown whether the land was suitable for cotton to grow, or the person who bought it in Beijing chose a good one. Even if there was some left, there was still more than 600 caddies left after the seeds were removed. The output of 11 mu of land was not comparable to the output of 1 mu of land Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao's. This place originally had a kind of cotton, which was basically similar to cotton. It was just that when it was used, it felt a little worse, and it was a little worse in terms of insulation. The spinning, weaving, printing and dyeing matters were done according to the cotton. The craftsmen of the Inner Yard Society were gathered together and began to work on the cotton. Wang Wan contributed a little and lengthened the bow used to shoot the cotton. It was also more capricious. She added a small wooden hammer so that her hands would not be injured by touching the bowstring directly. Then came the spinning and weaving. Because of the loom, the woven cloth did not meet the requirements of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but it was still better than linen. When the first set of bedding and pillow covers were made, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan packed the pillow covers with chaff. Each of them held a big bundle and sent it to Wang Wan's grandfather. Wang Wan's grandfather's health was a little worse. He had rheumatoid arthritis. He usually paid attention to it and adjusted it through food therapy. However, when it was cloudy and rainy, he still felt uncomfortable. In winter, using a quilt could relieve some of the pain. There were also cotton shoes and cotton trousers. These things combined could make Wang Wan's grandfather feel better. Wang Wan's grandfather was the first to receive the quilt. Knowing that it was the work of his granddaughter and grandson-in-law, the old man was happy all day. The other people in the family also began to have their own quilts. When they were almost done, the remaining cotton was placed there to be used for cloth, thread, or stuffing. Continue to purify the alcohol and make alcohol cotton. Wang Wan looked at the remaining cotton. There was something new. Zhang Xiaobao was a little disgusted with the alcohol cotton. If it was cut, he would rather use yellow iodine water than alcohol. When this thing was rubbed against open wounds, it was easy to get pus under the scab. Wang Wan also knew this, but she still prepared to make some. Xiaobao, it's better than not having any disinfection method, right? There is another thing that is good for disinfection, and that is indigo. This can play a role in sterilizing and killing insects. Next time, let's see if it can be used as a pesticide by mixing it with water. Then let's make some. Even if we don't use alcohol, steamed cotton and gauze can also play a good role in treating wounds. First, send the 3 quilts and 1 zhang of cloth to Li Sun. Fortunately, he agreed to buy 3 sets. How much do you think this set can be sold for? Zhang Xiaobao bought a quilt that weighed 5 caddies and went outside first. He put it on a small cart, and the 2 of them pushed it to Li Sun. Wang Wan was also busy. The 2 of them pushed the cart to Li Sun. When they found Li Sun, he was facing a tree that had lost many leaves and playing the autumn cicada that Wang Wan taught him. Zhang Xiaobao stopped the cart and shouted to Li Sun behind the quilt that was taller than him, "You don't need thin clothes to survive the cold winter. We will send you something to survive the winter." Li Sun turned around and was startled. He went around and saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He pointed to the quilt that looked not so good and said, "This is what you want to send me? I have good quilts, but not this one. Your quilt is good. It's satin. You can put another quilt on the outside. And this one zhang of cloth, take it and see what it can do. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and patted the quilt with his hand. Li Sun came over and pinched it curiously. Suddenly, he said in surprise, "Hey! Why is it different from the one I used before? Is it not cotton inside? There is white fold seed inside. Take one down and hold it in your arms." Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the quilt on the top and asked Li Sun to hold it. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Li Sun reached out and took the top one down and held it in his arms. After holding it for a while, he said, "Well, it's warm and so soft. Is this white fold seed? Is the cloth also made of white fold seed? Does it mean that we can plant a lot of white fold seed in the future and make it into cloth? This cloth is much better than linen. People who can't afford to sell silk use this thing, and it's so warm. Can this thing also be used to make clothes? When it's cold, people who can't afford to wear leather clothes wear this. It's 100 times better than wearing 2 layers of linen. No, I have to tell my father about this. Bring a few more sets. I'll show them." "No, there are only 3 sets. You promised that I would give you 5 sets, but you didn't care. Give 1 set to the prince, keep 1 set to yourself, and give the other set to whoever you want." Zhang Xiaobao deliberately mentioned what happened a few days ago. Li Sun was stunned with the quilt in his arms. He blinked his eyes and said with annoyance, "Why didn't I ask for more that day? How can the things sent by the Zhang family be bad? It's my fault, it's my fault. Xiaobao, let's talk about it. You must have more, right? There are so many white fold seed, it's impossible to make only 3 sets. Besides your family, you have a lot left. I'll buy it, okay? 3 strings of coins for 1 set, the quilt and the pillow skin, I want as many as you have. I'm not selling, no matter how much it costs. In fact, you can find it in other places. Go to the flower markets and see if there are any white fold seed. Ask them if they threw away the ones that fell. If they didn't, buy them back. 1 copper coin for 1 caddy, there should be many people willing to sell it." Zhang Xiaobao kept the cotton for emergencies, so he couldn't sell it to Li Sun. He suddenly remembered that the white fold seed was flowers, and the flower sellers always had a way to get them. It was much more convenient for Li Sun to find them. "Okay, I'll have someone look for it. When the time comes, I'll leave it to you to help make things. I really need to go home. Why do you always make new things and make me go back and forth?" As Li Sun spoke, he began to call for people. First, he brought the things on the small cart into the house. Then, he sent people to quickly go to the capital and other state capitals to see if he could collect more money. Soon after, he also had to set off. "Wait a minute. Help me bring 10 sets to Grandpa Bai. We are using his nephew's land. No matter what, we have to give him some benefits." Zhang Xiaobao called Li Sun. Chapter 393. When Li Sun arrived at Between the Clouds and the Water, the old man was already waiting for him. Without waiting for Li Sun to speak, the old man asked first, "What good things did you bring back this time?" "White fold seed, a cloth woven with white fold seed and stuffed inside to make a bedding. It's warmer than cotton wool, softer than the fur we stuffed inside, and more comfortable than linen. It's what we used to raise as flowers." Li Sun was a little excited as he spoke. The main reason was that when he came over, the weather was a little cold, so he spread the bedding in the carriage and covered himself with it. That feeling was very comfortable. The old man Weiwei was stunned. "White fold seed. This can be woven into cloth. Can it be stuffed inside like cotton wool? But white fold seed has seeds in it, so it's not easy to get them. We can choose to plant them in newly opened land. Every small bud has seeds in it. Just picking the seeds will take a lot of manpower. It's not worth it. If we really plant them, it will be a waste of manpower and money. Li Sun suddenly thought of this. There were seeds in it. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo tried to step on that thing, how did they get the seeds? They stepped on it, and the seeds came out. It turned out that the key was that thing. Thinking of this, Li Sun immediately said, the Zhang family made a thing that can be rotated. Put the white fold seed in it, and there will be no seeds after it is rotated. Should we plant it or not? If we plant it, we will occupy the land. If we don't plant it, it will be a pity. Plant it. When the time comes, even if the ordinary people can't use it, the price of the silk will drop after the rich people use it. And this matter needs to be reported. Choose a place to try planting it for a year, and encourage the opening up of land. The old man had more things to think about. The white dye seed had just come out, and everyone would find it fresh when they came into contact with it for the first time. The price would not be low. It would take at least a few years before ordinary people could use it, unless they found a suitable place to plant a large amount of white dye seed. Li Sun did not care so much. He wanted to go home quickly and give the things to his family. When he came out, other than the old man's 10 sets, he asked for 2 more sets. Of the 5 sets, he kept 1 set for himself and divided the rest. Someone was helping to collect them. After collecting 5 pounds, he could make 1 set. The worthless piece of white paper had now become a treasure. A treasure. That's right. Xiao Bao even asked me to help him collect more by Daisy seeds. Is he thinking of? His family is thinking of going to the south and finding a suitable place to plant them in large quantities. This is the Zhang family's way of preparing for a rainy day. They haven't even gone there yet, but they've already thought of a way to improve the lives of the local people. They'll let the people plant these things, and they'll buy them at a high price. When the quilts are made, they'll sell them, and no one will lose money. If he could learn this skill from time to time. It's a pity that I can't go with them. Young master, don't you want to go and take a look? No matter where the Zhang family goes, there will be miracles. It's good to take a look. The old man understood the Zhang family's plan after Li Sun mentioned it. Li Sun was a little helpless. I want to go with them, but it seems impossible. Old minister, the Zhang family has been spending money recently. They gave flowers to the neighboring counties around Huaiyuan County. I don't know what Zhang Zhong is thinking. Previously, he spent 40,000 strings of coins. These days, he should have spent another 20,000 strings of coins. I said that we should open a few more supermarkets. They don't have money. They don't want to do this for money. Spending money for the neighboring counties. They've never told me about this. My nephew once mentioned that they should repair the roads in the surrounding counties. This will make it easier to transport things in Huaiyuan County. The 5 counties around Huaiyuan County are Meiyuan, Sanyuan, Chunhua, Yunyang, Fuping, and there's Sanshui County here. This road is connected. Tell me what they've done. The old man thought for a while, but he couldn't think of anything in the end. Normally, it would be abnormal if it was too normal. The Zhang family's actions were watertight. They couldn't have spent 60,000 strings of coins for nothing. Li Sun told the old man everything he knew, one by one. He bought handicrafts, opened up a shop for the game, bought the poultry and livestock raised by the people, and sold them back to the little ones at a very low price. He also helped to build roads, rent land, hire people, and so on. So, the other counties are doing well now. Zhang Zhong is wholeheartedly serving the people. Not only is he helping the people in Huaiyuan County, but he also can't bear to see the people around him leading a bad life. The old man thought about it and said, "That's right. Zhang submitted the memorial first. Huayuan County will pay 5 times the usual tax this year, and the surrounding counties will also have to submit the same memorial. In the end, all the taxes doubled. Luckily, the Zhang family spent 60,000 strings of coins. Otherwise, the surrounding county magistrates would be worried to death." Li Sun now understood a little about this. The Zhang family's money had stimulated the surrounding economy. It was direct investment, and it was the kind of investment that was purely based on consumption. Although it wasn't as good as infrastructure investment, this method was more effective. Otherwise, the surrounding counties wouldn't be able to collect so many things in such a short time. At this time, the old man laughed. The people in the surrounding counties should hate Zhang, but they can't bear to part with him, right? But what's the use of Zhang's move? Could it be that he doesn't want to leave and wants to stay in Huayuan County? He can't bear to leave the county that he built. Well, this is possible. When the time comes, even if others want to let him go, the people in Huayuan County and the surrounding counties will jointly petition to let him stay. The higher-ups have to consider it. But for this kind of thing, they should discuss it with me. Later, I will write a letter to ask. You take the quilt and go back first. Li Sun also had the same idea. It was useless to stay here any longer. He took his own things, left the old man's things behind, and left by boat. After he left, the old man thought for a while. No, that's not right. If the Zhang family wants to stay, why do they need so many white fold seeds? There's no need to let Li Sun build the boats. I don't know if I can write a letter to ask if the Zhang family can tell me. In the Yamen of Huayuan County, Zhang took out more than 1,000 strings of coins. This was the money of the Zhang family in exchange for a large number of tanned furs from 2 counties. He asked someone to send them to the warehouse. He couldn't sit still. He didn't want to spend 60,000 strings of coins elsewhere. He spent all of it in the surrounding counties. What was his son's plan? Zhang thought about it and decided to ask his son about it. He lifted his leg and walked to the back. When he found his son and daughter-in-law, the 2 of them were picking up fallen leaves. They were using the leaf stalks to compete with each other to see who could break the leaf stalk of the other. Father, you're here. Aren't you busy ahead? Zhang Xiaobao saw his father coming over and greeted him with a smile. Zhang looked at his son and daughter-in-law. He also picked up a leaf and walked to Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Let's compete with father." The 2 of them exerted force. Zhang Xiaobao, who had won 4 consecutive battles, was suddenly broken. He praised, "Father, you're still the best. What's so good about me? I can't guess why you keep sending money out. What's your plan? Tell me." Zhang threw away the leaf in his hand and asked, "Father, how can it be sending money? Didn't we buy things back? If the road is not repaired, buying things will delay things. Those things, when you take office, we'll take them and transport them to other places to sell. We'll sell them as we go. If there's the same thing, we'll buy it. If there's no more, we'll sell it. When we get there, we can at least earn twice the money. It's only 20,000 strings of coins to repair roads and rent land for others. There's also the money to buy all kinds of materials. 5,000 strings of coins. If we sell the goods, we'll get 70,000 strings of coins. Isn't that a profit of 10,000 strings of coins? In addition to the vegetables in the winter, even if we earn less, we'll still get a few thousand strings of coins. Other places can learn to grow crops, but they don't have the experience we have. They're definitely still figuring it out. Our vegetables can be sold to the capital. It's impossible for the capital to grow crops like us, right? There are many people there. Many people don't rely on farming for a living and don't have land. I estimate that this winter, we can earn 10,000 strings of coins from our vegetables. This is the law of business. It's difficult to earn 1 copper coin with 1 copper coin. It's also difficult to earn 1 copper coin with 1 copper coin. It's too easy to earn 100 strings of coins with 100 strings of coins. I can earn 10 times or 20 times, but it's impossible to earn 10,000 strings of coins with 10,000 strings of coins. It's easier to earn 3,000 or 4,000 strings of coins with 10,000 strings of coins than to earn 100 strings of coins with 100 strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained to his father. Zhang Zhong felt that it made sense. So, we'll continue to spend money in the future. Of course. Before you leave, it's best if we can spend 100,000 strings of coins. Our rice can be used to make seeds. When the people in the surrounding counties in Huaiyuan County have money, they will naturally buy our seeds. We can't sell them like last year. How much would it be if we sold them for 20 copper coins per kilogram of seeds? Zhang Xiaobao continued to calculate. Zhang Zhong did a rough calculation of his family's land. If they could really sell it for this price, 3 zhuangzi, nearly 20,000 mu of land. The output of the last 2 zhuangzi was not as much as the original, but it was not little either. On average, the output of the upper and lower fields should be 3 dong per mu. 20,000 mu of land would be 60,000 dong. A stone would be 100 caddies. That would be 2 strings of coins. 60,000 dong would be 120,000 strings of coins. So much. Zhang Xiaobao knew what his father was thinking when he saw his father's expression. Father, it's not that much. How can 120,000 strings of coins be enough? The lower and middle fields can't be used as seeds. The last 2 zhuangzi and upper fields can only be used as seeds. If the upper fields can be used as seeds, it can only be sold for 10 copper coins per kilogram. We have to negotiate with the buyer. Including the money from selling the seeds and the food, it's not bad if we can get 40,000 strings of coins. Did you calculate that it's 20,000 mu of land? How can there be so much? There are mountains and hills. From one end of the hills to the other, it's 3 li to walk. It's more than 1,000 mu of land. Zhang Zhong finally reacted. It was not as much as he imagined. He would know how much it was when the output report came in 2 days. The output was calculated according to the upper, middle and lower fields. After all, only the upper fields could be used as seeds. Then do as my son said. Continue to buy. Sell the seeds to them while you buy. Keep enough for Sanshui County and Huaiyuan County. Sanshui County will still be producing middle and middle fields next year. This year, someone said that Sanshui County's grain output is not as usual. It's 20% more than usual. It's not a small amount, especially for those who rent the land to plant. After paying the rent, the remaining 50% is more than 50%. Father, then you can continue to spend money. I will look for you when the rent tax is sent to Beijing before the new year. Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. After Zhang Zhong left, the two of them continued to play. Li Sun went through a lot of hardships and finally collected more than 300 jin of white fold seed. It was not because the white fold seed was not enough. It was because many cotton balls had been blown away by the wind when he collected them. If he had collected them outside when the Zhang family was harvesting, he could have collected more than 10 times. After removing the impurities and removing the seeds, there were about 290 jin left. Zhang Xiaobao kept 90 jin as processing fee and made 30 sets of bedding for Li Sun. Li Sun scolded Zhang Xiaobao for being black-hearted, but he had to accept this. After all, it took a lot of manpower to pluck and spin. The most important thing was that thing that could remove the seeds. It was too tiring to take them out one by one. Xiao Bao, can you tell me how to make that thing that can remove the seeds? I will plant it next year. Li Sun asked a little embarrassedly. He also knew how precious this thing was. He did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to agree very quickly. Okay, I will give you one. You will know what it is after you let someone dismantle it. If others ask you for it, you can tell them. If they ask me for it, I will keep it a secret and let them look for you. Really? Your family doesn't want to get more benefits from this thing? Li Sun asked in disbelief. My family wants to live more. Don't tell anyone about this first. After my family plants it over there next year, you also plant it here. When the white fold seed is produced and sold for money, then people will look for you. My family will be satisfied with 1 more year's worth of money. Zhang Xiaobao still knew what things should be kept for his family and what things should be given away. Not to mention now, even in the past, how many rich people were punished for not obeying orders. Wasn't it easy to find some punishment? Li Sun happily agreed and brought back a flower-making machine for people to study. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly felt a little dispirited, but when he thought of the matter in the next few days, he suddenly became happy. There was still a month before the new year. Some places started to pay rent to the capital. Some places only started next year. Huayuan County was close, so they started to pay rent this year. There were also other counties that started to pay rent at the same time. Zhang Zhong originally arranged for someone else to go over, but Zhang Xiaobao found his father at this time. Father, there is something I need to tell you. This time, you have to personally escort the things over. It is best to go with the surrounding counties and talk to their county magistrates and secretaries. It's like this. Zhang Xiaobao said as he put his hands in front of him. A lot of words were written on a piece of paper. Chapter 394. It rained in winter, and the winter clothes were cold. Thin ice covered the earth in the evening, and the river was still winding. Thousands of boats gathered and headed for the capital. Zhang Zhong contacted the county magistrates of several other counties and asked them to transport the goods to the capital together. After weighing the pros and cons, they all agreed. After the winter rain, the taxes of several counties were all transported to the wharf of Huayuan County. The fleet that had already been deployed leaned against one side and waited for the shipment. When the ships were loaded and set off one after another, the mighty fleet attracted the attention of everyone who saw it. Zhang Zhong went in person and invited the other county magistrates to do the same. The county magistrates felt that they should not miss such an opportunity. If the officials above gave them some benefits, they would let others take advantage of them. Therefore, under the hospitality of Zhang Zhong, they sat in the cabin of the Zhang family. They chatted on the way. A few days later, when they were about to arrive at the capital, Zhang Zhong said to everyone when they finished eating, "Everyone, I have something to discuss with you." Since the last competition in the Academy of Jinjia, the number of people had increased a lot. More than 400 people were studying in the academy together. The old man became a busy man. In addition to teaching in person, he also took care of some trivial things. One day, after giving a lecture to the students, Li Sun hurried over from Huayuan County while wearing a brand new cotton vest and strolling in the academy. When the old man saw Li Sun, he asked with a smile, "Little prince, did you find something interesting?" "Old minister, the Zhang family gave me something and asked me to install it on their ship. I asked someone to install it on the small boat. Look, I came here on the small boat. The boat also went on this river, which flowed toward the capital. The boat went on this river, and the water flowed. I sat there and watched the water flow until..." Li Sun's first 2 sentences were fine, but towards the end, he became incoherent. He pulled on the old man's sleeve and walked towards the river. The old man was very puzzled. When did Li Sun become so unsteady? As he was being dragged away, he said, "Little prince, don't be anxious. Take your time. I know you came from this river. Don't be anxious." "What are you talking about? Old minister, do you know how long it took me to get here from your nephew's dock?" Li Sun suppressed his excitement, but he couldn't control Wei Wei's trembling body and asked the old man. "How long did it take?" "If it was fast, it would take less than half a day. If it was slow, it would take more than half a day. Could it be that you walked for an entire day? It's not even noon yet. Did you come out last night? You've only just arrived." The old man estimated the time and asked. Li Sun shook his head vigorously and gestured with his other hand. "I came here from the dock at 5:15. It's now 9:15. How long do you think it took me?" "What? 3.5 hours. You came here from there. Did you fly? What's going on? Tell me." The old man didn't need to think carefully and said the time. He looked at Li Sun with suspicion, wondering if he was lying. Li Sun nodded. "It's almost the same as flying. You'll know when you get to the river." The 8 of us pushed hard at the same time. The boat went against the water and came here with a whoosh. The bow of the boat left the water from time to time. It couldn't be held down. "Is there such a thing? Is there such a thing?" The old man also became excited. He quickened his pace and jogged to follow Li Sun in that direction. This was all thanks to Shui Yun Den's usual diet adjustment. Otherwise, his body definitely wouldn't be in its current state. The 2 of them ran to the riverside, and the boat stopped not far from the small bridge. The old man came closer and took a closer look. He saw that the back of this boat was different from other boats. There was a large groove dug out, and in the groove, there was something half exposed and half submerged in the water. The exposed part was about 6 feet long. There were also some connecting poles placed in 8 places in front of the boat. There was a person sitting there with his feet on the pedals. The old man recognized the pedals. It was something like a tricycle sent by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo a few days ago. Sitting on it and pedaling with his feet, the car could move forward. It was very convenient. There were also some replacement parts, saying that they were not made well and would break easily. He also wrote a letter to Lu Jiro, asking her to come quickly. "Old minister, it's this thing. Xiao Bao gave it to me and asked me to install it on the boat. The boat is not finished yet, so it was modified by other big boats. When you take it over, you can adjust the position. But this thing is too strange. I don't know what's going on." Li Sun helped the old man get on the boat and said. His voice was trembling like Wei Wei. The old man sat down doubtfully and waited to experience the speed. He didn't say anything. "Push hard and let the Lord see." Li Sun ordered and sat next to the old man. The 8 of them stretched out their hands and held on to the fixed handles. Then, they began to kick quickly. The first few kicks were quite strenuous, and the boat swayed back and forth. As the 8 of them kicked faster and faster, the boat stopped swaying and moved forward. At first, the old man didn't feel anything, but he felt it was strange. It seemed to be different from the boats he knew before. Boats had 2 wheels on the side, but this one was at the back, and he couldn't see the wheels. But after a few breaths, the old man was astonished. The speed of the boat had already surpassed all the boats they usually took. After waiting for a little while, the 8 people stood up and held on to the higher handrails. The moment their bodies swayed left and right, the bow of the boat suddenly swayed. The wind blew past his face, and the old man's hands were on the handrails on both sides. He turned his head and looked back, only to see the water behind the boat churning and ripples moving away. "Li Sun, what's going on? Why is it so fast?" The old man gasped for breath and shouted at Li Sun. What else could it be? This is something made by the Zhang family. As for why it's so fast, I don't know. But I know that if this thing is installed on a warship, with 2 wheels on both sides, it can change direction at any time. Whether it's chasing or escaping, no boat can compete with it. Old Minister, what should I do? Should I install it or not? No wonder they asked for a large amount of steel to make this thing. They also sent a lot of parts, saying that it's easy to break. If at most 16 people push together, it'll probably take less than 4 hours, or even less. They said that they didn't tell me about the bearing, friction, toughness, and so on. I don't understand. Li Sun didn't know what to do. This thing was a sharp weapon. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't allow the Zhang family to use it. The old man was scared. If this was the speed of 8 people, wouldn't 16 people be even faster? He stroked his chest and said to Li Sun, you can't do it now. Lu Jiro, the minister of the Ministry of Works, will be here soon. It'll probably be in 2 days. No wonder they sent me a tricycle. It's the same principle. Not to mention 4 hours, even if it breaks down in half an hour, it can decide the outcome of the battle at a critical moment. During a dogfight, if a few ships like this suddenly attack the opponent's main ship, the other ships won't have time to rescue them. Plus, with the clairvoyance, who can find the enemy first and make arrangements? In a naval battle, who can be the opponent? After 2 days, I'll continue to look for steel for the Zhang family. No, I can't just wait. I have to meet that person and have a good talk with him. I want to see what kind of person he is. Is there anything in this world that he doesn't know? Oh, maybe it's 2 people. According to the news I got, Song Jinggong said that it's a pair of swords. Amazing, there's actually such a person. Li Sun saw that he had the support of the old man and had an explanation for Zhang Xiaobao, so he nodded, Old Minister, how about we turn around and go back first? If it breaks down later, we'll have to repair it slowly. Okay, let's go back. The old man wanted to drink some tea to calm his mind. Stop, turn around. Li Sun ordered. The 8 people received the order and stopped moving. They picked up the oars and turned the direction little by little. At this time, Li Sun said, Old Minister, if my ship is in a wide area, it can easily turn around without oars. There's a rudder. On the lake between the clouds and the water, I made a big circle on the way here. Oh, then you can do the same on the river and the Yellow River. Write a letter to the Zhang family later. At this time, the old man felt that his whole body was weak. He was too excited just now. The boat turned around and headed back. At this time, the 8 people were not as fast as before. When they passed by the boats that had just passed by, the people on the boats all looked at Li Sun's boat in horror. They did not see anyone rowing, nor did they see anyone pushing. This boat flew past them like it was flying. With such a boat, even the seasonal fruits of Sichuan would dare to be transported to the capital. When the ship returned to between the clouds and the water, the old man shivered and came to the shore. He exhaled, looked back at the ship, and commented, Good stuff. The Zhang family has enjoyed too much. They want to use the things they made at home first. Old Minister is right. But how can these things only be used at home? Li Sun also noticed this. For example, the Zhang family made the curved plows first because they had land. Also, the white folding blankets were made to keep the Zhang family warm in winter. At this time, a servant of the old man's family rushed over and said to the old man, Master, Minister Lu from the Ministry of Works has arrived. He is waiting for you at between the clouds and the water. Oh. He came so quickly. Come with me. The old man was happy and walked to between the clouds and the water first. At a door on the second floor, the old man's figure appeared. When he saw Lujiro, both of them said at the same time, "Something big happened." After they finished speaking, both of them were stunned at the same time and said again, "You know? Old minister, you go first." Lujiro said. The old man laughed, "Minister Lu, you go first. I don't think we are talking about the same thing. My matter should be told outside by the river." "By the river? That's not it. My matter is in the capital and has nothing to do with the river. Old minister, you can't imagine what that Zhang Zhong did. He joined forces with the county magistrates of the surrounding counties and listed the matters of some counties. After that, he asked for the counties to be merged into a province." Chapter 395. What? Say that again. The old man felt that there must be something wrong with his ears. Zhang Zhong joined forces with the county magistrates of several other counties and wanted to combine the counties into one state. He took out a report on how much tax the counties would pay and how much the people's living standards would be after the counties were combined. The county magistrates of the other counties all signed their names on it. In addition to this, there is also a military sand table and a comprehensive military adjustment report. As long as they are united, they can use the terrain of the counties to resist when attacked from the outside. The imperial court is already discussing how to use the terrain of the counties to resist. Lujiro said word by word. He still didn't dare to believe this matter, but Zhang Zhong really did it. The report also included the matters of the Ministry of Works. The coal was there, and it could be used directly on the side for smelting. The two rivers didn't lack water and were convenient for transportation. The old man had suffered 2 shocks in a row today. He felt that it was difficult to breathe, so he picked up the tea on the table and poured it down his throat. After a while, he sat down and silently looked at the charming lake outside the window, not saying a word. Lujiro also sat down and looked at the boats that were harvesting the reeds. From time to time, someone would pick something from the reeds and put it into their mouth to eat. The two of them sat for a full quarter of an hour, and Li Sun also stood beside them for a quarter of an hour. He finally understood why the Zhang family spent so much money to buy things from the surrounding counties, why they had to build all the roads, and why the game store was first opened in the counties. Everything they did was for the sake of this year's tax, for the sake of connecting the economies of the several counties, and for the sake of familiarizing people with the topography of the several counties. The final result was to let the higher-ups understand that the several counties could be combined into a state. After spring, the people of the counties would have more income. The rented land for planting vegetables would make this place very prosperous. At the very least, merchants would come to buy and sell, and at the very least, the number of tourists would increase. It was no longer appropriate for this kind of place to be directly managed by the capital. It needed to become a state. But what good would this do for Zhang Zhong? Could it be that he didn't want to leave? Then why did he give him such a scary thing and let him install it on the ship? Which one was real? Which one was fake? Li Sun couldn't figure it out. After all, he was still too young. However, there were 2 ministers here. They had a lot of experience and could analyze some things. Lujiro opened her mouth first. "Old minister, I'm a little afraid of the Zhang family now. I'm afraid of the people behind them. What a big scheme. I can't guess what other tricks they have. Scared, I'm scared too. Is the ship moving so fast part of the plan?" Back then, when the county magistrate of Sanshui County, Qing Lingxiang, wrote a letter from Beijing, he mentioned some of the things that happened in Sanshui County. In order to push him up, the Zhang family pushed Sanshui County up 8 times. At that time, he was afraid. The Zhang family was still a Zhuangzi. With the power of a village, they could push down a county. Then when the Zhang family had a county, wouldn't they be able to push down a prefecture? If the Zhang family was given a province and a prefecture, would they push a country around? What about now? Sure enough, if they were given a county, they would be able to push down a prefecture. Although I don't know what was written in the memorial, I think this matter has already been done. The mountains and rivers over there are all connected, and there are all kinds of things. Did they mention the lake? The old man sighed with emotion. He couldn't believe that the Zhang family had set up the scheme like this. It seemed that as long as they gave the Zhang family a little chance, they could infinitely magnify this opportunity and arrange the overall situation unknowingly or when they were clearly watching. Even if you stared at every place, you couldn't guess what they wanted to do and what their final goal was. Even now, who dared to say that the Zhang family didn't have a backup plan? Who could say that the Zhang family's chess game had reached the end? At this time, Lu Jiro's movements and expressions slowed down because she kept thinking about things in her head. After the old man finished speaking, he said after a while, "Yes, they mentioned the lake. They can train a navy in the lake. It said that they will use a new thing that can make the ships faster and we don't have to worry about the capital anymore. A navy is enough." Old Minister, do you know what it is? I know. How could I not know? When I just got off the ship, it was like flying. I see. Why did they give me a tricycle? They transferred you here to tell me about this matter. Even the timing was perfect. They installed the little prince's ship and brought me here to let me know and tell you. Isn't that right, little prince? As the old man spoke, he suddenly turned to Li Sun. Lu Jiro also looked at Li Sun. Li Sun's face was pale. He sat down on the floor and slowly took out a thick envelope from his arms. He licked his lips and said, "It's true. It's true. Old Minister, Minister Lu, when I came here, Xiao Bao gave me these things. He said that if I happened to meet someone from the capital between the clouds and the water and that person happened to be Minister Lu, I should give this letter to Minister Lu. If I didn't meet him, I should burn it. Now that Minister Lu is here, I should give it to Minister Lu. Today, I have seen what it means to have a perfect plan. Minister Lu, please." Lu Jiro was already unable to move. Li Sun's words made her and the old man feel cold all over and their hands and feet numb. The two of them never thought that the person behind the Zhang family would be able to calculate things to this extent. What else could he not calculate? Fortunately, there was still a waiter guarding the door. Seeing that Li Sun was about to give something to Lu Jiro and the three of them were still motionless, he ran forward and handed the envelope to Lu Jiro. He then quietly retreated to the door and stood there, but his heart was not calm at all. He was sent by the inner courtyard of the main family. He knew who was the most powerful in this aspect. As long as the young master was willing to help, there was no need to be afraid of any trouble. No matter what difficulty was, it could be solved. The young master and young lady had always been gentle to the inner courtyard and the villagers. He had seen the young master make a move several times. Every time, the people who came to cause trouble were defeated. At that time, he was already in awe of the young master. He did not expect that today, even two ministers and a marquis would be involved. Hee, his future days would be better. If the young master could even calculate the ministers, what would he be afraid of? The old man, Lu Jiro, and Li Sun did not know that the waiter was secretly laughing. Lu Jiro opened the envelope and took out a piece of paper from inside. She carefully looked at it. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. She raised her head and met the old man's gaze. "Old Minister, this is the blueprint for the propeller. If you follow the instructions on it, you can make the propeller. This is the last page. Give the one on the little prince's ship to me. I'll compare it." After you make it, don't forget to leave a few for the Zhang family. The Zhang family has great use for it. The Zhang family will not make the same thing themselves in the future. Old minister, I want to see that person. I don't know if you can help me send a letter. The Marquis of Wu is very capable. I won't make any requests. Just seeing him is enough. I won't send troops to capture him. This person is very good at calculation. If by any chance, he leaves the Zhang family and goes to seek refuge somewhere else, my dynasty will not be able to afford to lose him. This old man has the same idea. I can only write a letter to the Zhang family's children and ask them. If possible, you and I will go together and tell them what the Zhang family's intentions are. Do they want to stay and not leave? The old man happily agreed. As for whether they could succeed or not, that was not important. Lu Jiro was a minister. When she analyzed things, she was much better than Li Sun. She thought for a moment and said, this is to pave the way for Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong is only a county magistrate right now, a lower 7th rank official. Originally, I thought that the Zhang family would change Huayuan County to an upper county and let Zhang Zhong be a lower 6th rank official. This way, if he was placed there, he would be a lower province's Minister of War, a lower 6th rank official. If he was promoted, it would be easier for the higher-ups to explain. Or maybe he would be a lower province's governor, a lower 6th rank official. Both are not bad. Unfortunately, the Zhang family doesn't think so. No matter how good these two positions are, they can't be compared to a provincial governor. If this is feasible, even though it's a new province, it's still Zhongzhou. Since Zhang Zhong has put in so much effort, he should have a share of it, right? It also has to be a good position. 5th rank is easy. If Zhang Zhong is no longer an official in Xinzhou, he will be exiled voluntarily or by someone. Then, the higher-ups will naturally compensate him. The Zhang family plans to arrange for Zhang Zhong to be a lower province's provincial governor. This is a lower 4th rank official. Good ability, good calculation. When the time comes, it will be done by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. Even if he hides behind, the higher-ups will still be able to find out. Even if they can't find out, don't they still have me? After offering things again and again, in the end, he gave the Ministry of Works a blueprint. And the Ministry of War will also intervene. At the last moment, he was framed by the people of the Ministry of Works and sent to the most remote place. Even if the emperor doesn't promote him, it won't make sense. Old minister, don't you think so? Lu Jiro put everything together and finally analyzed what the Zhang family wanted to do. They didn't want a mere deputy official position and directly wanted to be a provincial governor. They pushed a province and gave such a big gift. In addition to the things they offered before and the status of Zhuang Yuan, all of this was calculated. The old man also thought of this and added, if it's only like this, the emperor may directly pull him to the capital and give him a 5th rank official. But the most important thing is the Zhang family's ability. No matter where they are, they can always make the people there live well. The power of a village can make the people of Sanshui City live a good life. The power of a county can make the surrounding counties live a good life. Then, if Zhang Zhong is placed in the worst place, can the Zhang family also make the people there live a good life? Increase the rent and tax. This is what the emperor is thinking. If the worst place is taken care of, Zhang Zhong can also go to the worst places. It's nothing more than increasing the title and empty position. The people behind the Zhang family are calculating their temperament. I'm old. I really want to see what the Zhang family can do outside. Li Sun was also listening to the conversation between the two of them. His status made it impossible for the two of them to chase him out. As he listened, he suddenly said, I've decided. I'll tell my imperial uncle in advance that my fief will follow the Zhang family. Wherever his family goes, I'll go. Even if the land is smaller, I'll agree to it even if I don't have to live in it. Chapter 396. Lu Jiro's words made Li Sun somewhat unconvinced. Minister Lu, who do you think can be better than me and the Zhang family? I don't need to have anything to do with Zhang Zhong. Ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Who do they want to be with them? Without waiting for Minister Lu to speak, the old man said, Little Prince, if possible, you really should follow the Zhang family. Learn more. Look at Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, these two children. They always make people feel at ease when they talk and do things. How could the Marquis say those words before? Old Minister Lu is right. Little Prince should indeed follow the Zhang family. The Zhang family is very capable. Look at the Zhang family. They always leave a way out. When they have a way to make a lot of money and good technology, they never hide it. They directly take it out and give what should be given and what should be given. With this kind of grasp, people who are really powerful won't deliberately look for trouble. Only those who don't open their eyes want to suppress the Zhang family to improve themselves. What's the result? Lu Jiro was also teaching Li Sun on the side. She found that the little prince, who was arrogant and despotic in the capital, had changed. If she met him outside, people who didn't know him would only think that this child was good. She didn't feel the original sharpness of relying on his identity. Perhaps this was what he learned from the Zhang family. The Zhang family did so many things, especially when they encountered forces that deliberately made things difficult for them. At the beginning, they were always so peaceful. They took a step back, and then another step back. When they retreated, they dug a trap. When they didn't want to retreat and counterattacked, that kind of sharpness could grasp the opponent between life and death. The Zhang family was like a net. At first, it was soft and made people feel that they could break through any place. Those who didn't know what was good for them would let the net shrink when they touched it. This was called spinning a cocoon around oneself. Li Sun also understood. Even if he really followed the Zhang family, it was impossible for him to be in theft. Even if he and the Zhang family were good, there were other marquises, princes, and some big families. Wouldn't they send people to contact the Zhang family? It was impossible for him to drive away everyone who wanted to get close to the Zhang family. He only had one advantage, and that was that he was on good terms with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Usually, if he didn't find them to play with, they would find something good for him, or they would make something delicious and invite him to eat with them. Thinking of this, Li Sun said seriously, I know what to do. In the past, the Zhang family wanted to rely on me and didn't dare to offend me. But now, they still want to give me benefits. This is definitely not the reason. With the power of the Zhang family, they don't need to care about a marquis. No matter how powerful a marquis is, what can I do to a top scorer? Sun Axian was beaten to death. Imperial uncle doesn't care so much. If I really have a conflict with an official, I will be punished. Little Prince, it's good that you think this way. I heard that the little prince is sick and can't move at all. Little Prince, you have to take care of yourself. Lu Jiro suddenly said at this time. She was already an adult, but she still winked at Li Sun. Li Sun was not stupid. He immediately understood what she meant. He held his head with both hands and said, My head hurts. Why does my head hurt so much? No, I have to find a doctor. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed first. He pointed at Li Sun and said, After being with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo for a long time, you actually know how to play tricks. Tomorrow, I will have my son bring a few doctors to visit you. It will probably take a few days before they arrive. Little Prince, you must not be careless. You have to take care of yourself when you are sick. Li Sun laughed and said, "That is to say, when Zhang Zhong goes to a poor place, he will be a provincial governor. He has the final say in a province. If I really go with him, Minister Liu, will you give the new propeller to the Zhang family?" "Of course, how can we not?" The Zhang family said in the letter that they asked the Ministry of Works to keep a few for them. This is giving face to the Ministry of Works. If they can make one, they can make a second one. It is nothing more than telling the court that the Zhang family understands the rules and what can be done and what cannot be done. The Zhang family knows this very well. Don't think that there is a lack of stainless steel. The Zhang family has already mined a lot of coal. With the ability of the Zhang family, is it difficult to make some stainless steel? The Zhang family has a choice. Are the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War not sensible children? Ever since the Zhang family made the sand table and military map, the people from the Ministry of War began to pay attention to the Zhang family. Also, the Ministry of War has already found people to try out the design of the ship. They propose to modify 10 ships at once. If the people from the Ministry of War also come to rope us in, won't I, as the Minister of Works, fall behind? Lu Jiro had a lot of things to consider, not only the use of this thing, but also some things in the court. Then let's take this thing back first. I will also go back to Huayuan County. Li Sun had a plan in his heart and knew how to tell Zhang Xiaobao. There is no need to take it back. Just do it according to these drawings first. This time, I brought a lot of people. If they really can't do it, then we can take that thing apart. I still don't know how fast it is, so I will go and see. Lu Jiro didn't want to go back. There must be people from the Ministry of War waiting there. The last time she came here, she was already targeted by them. What if she was discovered again? The old man had already experienced it once, but he still wanted to experience it again. The 3 people came out of between the clouds and the water one after another and boarded the ship. Following Li Sun's order, the old man was laughing heartily all the way, but Lu Jiro's expression was serious. Fast, it was really too fast. The 8 of them worked hard. From time to time, the bow of the ship would be swayed by the current because it was not heavy enough. While it was moving up and down, Lu Jiro suddenly asked, "What will happen if this thing is put on the sea? Can it be bigger?" "On the sea? You will have to ask the little prince. The little prince is planning to make a ship. As for whether it can be bigger, you will have to ask the people from the Zhang family." This time, the old man wasn't as nervous as last time. He said in a relaxed manner. In Huayuan County, in the swimming pool of Yaoang Mountain, 56 people were still swimming in the water. At this time, everyone was carrying 20 kilograms of weight, but no one would shrink back because of this. The sound of splashing water was constantly heard. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also swam with them. Of the 2 of them, one was carrying a weight, while the other was not. Wang Wan usually played in the swimming pool, and in addition to her familiarity with the water, she swam faster than the 56 people. Although she was a child, in the water, whoever could display their ability better would be able to swim faster. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaobao had a natural affinity for water. After the flood, he vowed to become stronger in the water. From fear to conquest, and then to assimilation, Zhang Xiaobao's understanding of water had reached a terrifying level. Wang Wan had been specially trained, and her movements were standard. Whether it was the breaststroke, butterfly, or freestyle, most of the time, her body was moving in the water, and she would only take a breath after a certain distance. Don't give up, you are the most powerful guards. Rhythm, pay attention to the rhythm, swim for me, the water is not cold, swim, look ahead a little, find a goal for yourself, don't look far away. Just look at the front, believe in yourself, I can do it, go. Wang Wan encouraged the 56 people while swimming. Zhang Xiaobao stuck closely to Wang Wan. It was unknown how he moved, but every time he swam, the current would not only not exhaust Wang Wan's strength, but also make her feel much more relaxed. Look at the young master and the young lady, just in front. Swim, 1 2, 1 2, relax, spread your arms, steady, no one is allowed to rush. Huzi also shouted, but every shout was very strenuous. He did not want to support Wang Wan with Zhang Xiaobao's special swimming beside her. The rest of the 55 people adjusted their breathing and frequency, no longer thinking of following Taidu. Their eyes were fixed on the young master, who was also carrying weights. The 5 caddies of sand calculated according to the weight of the body did not affect the young master in the slightest. At this time, they really saw the young master's swimming ability. Like a fish, the young master was always faster than others at the same frequency. This was already the 10th round trip, and also the last one-way trip. No one wanted to give up, and they clenched their teeth and persevered. Even if they felt weak all over, even if there were stars in front of them, they still closed their eyes and persevered according to their own frequency. When Wang Wan reached the end, she exerted strength under her feet, and Zhang Xiaobao supported Wang Wan from below. She jumped directly to the shore and lay there, gasping for breath. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly sank into the water and floated up again. He waved at the 56 people and let them go first. When the last one, Huzi, also climbed up, Zhang Xiaobao circled in the water, and with this force, directly jumped up in the water. He put his hands on the edge of the pool, and his whole body soared into the air. When he landed, his feet touched the ground first. The 56 people were dumbfounded by what they saw. Wang Wan was also stunned. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What are you?" "It's nothing. I'm used to the water. You can treat me as a cool man." Zhang Xiaobao was indeed not tired. When he swam, he could control the details. "Then you will stay in the sea in the future. You are not allowed to go ashore. Maybe a mermaid will take a fancy to you." Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao remove the weight on his body and said. Zhang Xiaobao did not avoid it and directly massaged Wang Wan. Wang Wan shouted as she swam, and her physical strength was too exhausted. The others also divided into pairs and helped massage there. "Xiaobao, when will you leave? I really can't bear to leave." Wang Wan was massaged for a while, and turned over to ask. "No matter what, we have to wait for the ice in the Yellow River to melt. When we are there, ordinary people can't control us. If you want to raise dogs, find a few there. If you want to train people, there are many ethnic minorities there. Remember to integrate. Don't be like Yang Guizhong, foolishly happy and determined to destroy the human race." In the end, he was defeated twice in a row and many people died. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his fist and massaged Wang Wan's leg. "I'm not that kind of person. Xiaobao, I know that you have a big plan this time. It's not just to give your father a good position over there, right? I have seen the ability of international swindlers with my own eyes. None of them are easy to deal with." Oh. Chapter 397. Except for Zhang Xiaobao, no one had expected that the county magistrate of Huayuan County, Zhang Zhong, would suddenly do such a thing. The court was in a heated argument. The only one who didn't participate was the Minister of Works, Lu Jiro. He was leading a group of people to make a new propeller. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already drawn the diagram, and the theory was clearly written in the language of the time. However, people's thinking was limited. If it were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still in junior high school, they would know what to do when they saw this kind of theory. However, the people in the Ministry of Works couldn't understand it no matter how they thought about it, because these things involved too much basic knowledge. Geniuses would only appear at times like this. Lu Jiro's distant relative, Lu Feidong, looked at the drawing and then looked at the real thing. He used the fastest speed to dismantle the propeller that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put together. He said to Lu Jiro, "Uncle, I know what to do. In fact, it's just a frame." Lu Jiro looked at his distant nephew's actions and was stunned. Before he could encourage him, someone next to him said, "Lord Lu's nephew is really amazing." After hearing what he said, "I also know. It's really too simple. It's just these things. Let people make them according to their appearance and then put them together." Lu Jiro still didn't have time to speak. His nephew, Lu Feidong, said, "Bullshit, do you really think it's that simple? Do you really think you can make it just by looking at it and following it? Tell me, how do you make the round beads of the same size in this thing put together? What kind of oil is it? Look at this oil yourself. What kind of weather is it now? When people are shivering from the cold, the oil won't solidify. When it's put on the ground, it will spread slowly. Do you know what this oil is for? It's for these small beads to spin faster." The person was ashamed by Lu Feidong's words, but he didn't dare to refute. He really didn't know what was going on with this oil. When the weather was cold, other oils would generally solidify, but this oil was fine. Lu Jiro didn't care about those things. Seeing that her subordinates couldn't answer, she coldly snorted and said, "Back down. You only know how but don't know why. You're a good-for-nothing." "Uncle, you called for me." Lu Feidong turned around and asked. "Well, even if I called you, do you know what this thing is?" Lu Jiro asked Lu Feidong. She felt very proud when she saw her distant nephew dismantle and put the thing back together. Lu Feidong could not theorize this thing, but he could understand the meaning behind it. He dipped his finger in some oil and put it in his mouth. He tasted it, but he still did not know what it was. "Uncle, it's like this. When someone steps on this thing, it will spin. The way it spins is different. When a person steps on it, as long as he has enough strength to step on it, it will spin 10 times. After that, it will be like a person paddling, pushing the water. In fact, it is pushing the person while pushing the water. Uncle, do you understand?" "I don't understand. Why is a person pushing a person into the water?" Lu Jiro really didn't understand. "I also don't know. It's just a feeling." Lu Feidong also didn't know how to explain it. "This big brother, do you really know that you give a force to the water and the water also gives you a force?" A clear and sweet voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a 7 or 8-year-old girl standing there, wearing a red dress made of an unknown material. Her pair of lively big eyes kept looking around. When Lu Feidong saw this girl, he felt that this girl was very cute. He simply smiled and said, "I know. I've been thinking about it, but I just don't understand." The little girl nodded. "Of course you don't understand. Because you're not a member of Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. This is called the interaction of forces. When the points of contact produce a response, everything is inertial because of the force. The transmission of force, if subdivided, is always intermittent. It's just that the intermittent time is too short to feel it. Even light is the same. As long as your speed or perception exceeds the speed of light, then you can see the intermittent light. The same goes for resistance. This thing's function is to use the intermittent inertia to offset the intermittent resistance. The shorter the intermittent time of the power, the faster the speed, or the smaller the intermittent force of the resistance, the faster the speed. If both the resistance and the force of the object were sustainable, then the smaller the area of the propelling force, the greater the force at this point, and the faster the speed. This resistance depended on the density. When flying, and when on water, the density was different, so the resistance would be different. Even if matter only exists in terms of mass, it also has density. This density is not eternal, but it can exceed the speed of light, so light can't be transmitted. This is gravity. Gravity is also a kind of existence. Since it can bind light, it means that it's faster than light. In fact, light also has mass, but it's not easy to detect. As long as it has mass, it has gravity. If it can't escape, it means that its speed is not fast enough. What I mean is that the resistance is not the problem. The power and the density of the contact point are the key to speed. Do you understand? Lu Feidong was dumbfounded. Not only him, but all the people around him were dumbfounded when they heard the little girl's words. What nonsense was this? It was just something made of stainless steel. How could there be so many problems? Looking at everyone's expressions, the little girl lowered her head sadly and muttered, I shouldn't stay here. Oh. I should go find Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They'll understand. The things I learned were also written in the book sent by the Zhang family. At this moment, the little girl seemed very lonely. The few people around her also heard her words, but they didn't understand what she meant. Only the old man sighed and said to the little girl, Lu, go to Huayuan County. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are waiting for you. Yes, I won't tell them. They're very, very stupid. I've explained it so clearly, but they still don't understand. I'll go find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo and tell them. They'll understand, Lu said sadly. Lu I also know that in reality, speed refers to the force produced by the ship after it cancels out the resistance the ship encounters. If this force is greater than the ship's gravity, then the ship will move. The greater the ratio, the faster the ship will move. At this time, a 12 or 13-year-old boy joined in. He was a student at the academy. Lu heard the voice and looked up. She smiled at the boy and said, Yes, whoever can balance the nature of the force and resistance, and who can make the pressure point of the force be more concentrated, will be able to move faster under the circumstances of the same force and resistance. The boy and Lu looked at each other and smiled. They felt that they were no longer lonely. The boy said to Lu go to the academy and have a look. Although you're still young, I believe that no one will dare to look down on you. Then I'll also look for my brothers and sisters from the Zhang and Wang families. Only now do I know that I'm not from the same world as them. Lu led the newcomer towards the academy, not forgetting to point at the others as she spoke. Everyone was stunned, including the old man and Lu Jiro. They did not understand what Lu said at all. It was like listening to a bunch of books. Lu Feidong, on the other hand, was full of excitement. Uncle, I want to go to that academy. I can learn things that I didn't know before there. Lu Jiro did not know whether to laugh or cry. Feidong, no matter which academy you go to, you'll learn things that you didn't know before. However, this academy will not teach what you just heard. If you want to learn, there is only one place, the Yamen of Huayuan County. Uncle will take you there tomorrow. If it's feasible, you can learn there. In the Yamen of Huayuan County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still training the 56 people. Wang Wan asked someone to make some training equipment and taught the others how to do it, such as the parallel bars. She did not know how to do it herself. It was not that she did not know how to do it, but she did not dare to. She was afraid that her arm strength could not support her weight. This kind of basic training was to increase the strength of muscles in all parts of the body. The floor of the parallel bars was covered with thick cotton mats. There was also a doctor waiting by the side. If anyone was injured, the doctor would be able to treat them in time. There was also a horizontal bar on the side. Zhang Xiaobao climbed up the bar on one side and did 12 pull-ups there. Then he climbed down the bar on the side. 12. Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, you only did 12. Wang Wan asked. Go up and try. See how many you can do. I bet you that I can't do more than 5 of these 56 people. Do you believe me? Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, not thinking that he did not do enough. Wang Wan smiled, don't compare yourself with them. Compare yourself with how you used to be. How many could you do before? How old was I before? How old am I now? Don't always talk about me. Climb up and compare yourself with how you used to be. Zhang Xiaobao began to rub his arms. Just now, he had done 12 of them because of his tenacity. When it came to the 6th one, it was already very strenuous. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Wang Wan also understood that this part of the muscles had nothing to do with normal training. Even if you could lift a 200-pound stone at will, you could not do pull-ups without training. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao rubbing his arms, she said, I couldn't do half in the beginning. If I do one now, will I surpass myself? In the past, I could do one. Now, I can do 12. If you can't do 12, then it means that I'm better than you, both in the past and now. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't stupid. Wasn't it just lowering the previous results? Let's see who will lower. Then you are better than me. Xiaobao, let me ask you, what kind of ethnic policy will you adopt when your father goes there? Don't kill people in the name of integration. History is too far away from us. I only look at what is in front of me. Wang Wan did not want to compare, but changed the topic. I don't like to kill people, unless someone wants me and my family to die. It's just some ethnic minorities. It's simple. Get rid of the ambitious people, and the rest is easy. We can talk about it when the time comes. In fact, through my understanding, I found that the ethnic minorities and the people in the Central Plains are mostly the same, except for some different customs. Some people will sow discord in order to maintain their ruling position. Do the real people care about who is in power? Usually, there is not much hatred between people. It is not important to say that the ethnic minorities kill the people in the Central Plains, and it is not important to say that the people in the Central Plains kill the ethnic minorities. What is important is who is making use of the people in the middle. This kind of person is the most hateful. Are there no conflicts between neighbors? Are there any less killings between brothers? Are there not many in the Xuanhui sect? So, I plan to see who is the most active person when I go there. If he wants to destroy other ethnic groups, I will destroy him. Chapter 398. When the first light snow fell, the snow fell. Zhang Zhong finally came back from the capital, followed by those county magistrates who were in a happy mood. At this time, no one scolded Zhang Zhong for being stupid, but they kept thanking him. They also admitted that the Zhang family was an unusual family. Even if there were fewer people, it was for the sake of the family. What the Zhang family had done in the past few years was like a legend, one after another, which made people understand. But when someone really made a conclusion, it was so bizarre. This was the ability of the Zhang family. In the future, these county magistrates could hold their positions and not move, or they could go to the new province to do things. In that case, they would have less power, but their ranks could be promoted. As for the provincial governor, it was impossible for Zhang Zhong to be the provincial governor of Zhongzhou province. The rank of this position was too high, the power was too great, and it was also a piece of delicious cake. Many people wanted to be the provincial governor, unless the Zhang family could use other means. Zhang Zhong didn't know the thoughts of these county magistrates, nor was he in the mood to think about it. He just wanted to go home early and make the two families happy. He knew clearly that it was impossible for him to stay here and be the provincial governor. It was not that he couldn't. If his son wanted to, there seemed to be nothing impossible. But there was not much development here. If he really became the provincial governor of a newly established state, there would be almost no disobedient people. However, the development of this place had reached a certain point. The lives of the people would be good. Unless the new provincial governor was a simple-minded person like County Magistrate 1, the life of this place would only get better. If he really met such a person, he would have to ask his son to do something. This place was close to Sanshui County, and there were many businesses in the family. It was the foundation of the Zhang family. Even if he left, he couldn't let others touch it. Thinking of his son's ability, Zhang Zhong showed a gratified smile. He didn't know what his son and daughter-in-law were busy with these days. It was definitely not as simple as it looked. It was very likely that they were arranging things after leaving and waiting for someone who wanted to touch this place. County Magistrate Ching of Sanyuan County suddenly thought of something and asked Zhang Zhong with uncertainty, "County Magistrate Zhang, I heard that you will leave this place after the new year. What about our counties and Huayuan County?" The county magistrates of the other 5 counties also looked at Zhang Zhong. They had the same concerns. With Zhang Zhong around, those few counties could cooperate well with Huayuan County and even Sanshui County. If Zhang Zhong was not around, would the others really care about the people like Zhang Zhong? What if a greedy and poor county magistrate came up? What should the others do? How many county magistrates could be like Zhang Zhong? Not only did his own family earn money, but he also benefited the people and made other places rich as well. The Zhang family's ability to earn money made Zhang Zhong not need to waste his efforts to be greedy or to betray the interests of the county for bribes. What County Magistrate Ching said is also what we are thinking. County Magistrate Zhang, without you in the future, the few counties may not develop like they are now. If there is a greedy county magistrate, the lives of the people will be difficult. The county magistrate of Yunyang County also chimed in. He knew in his heart that he wanted to be a little greedy, let alone others. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Zhong's booklet gave him too much pressure, he would have taken home a few thousand strings of coins by now. He now understood Zhang Zhong's character. If he wanted money, he would give it to him. If he wanted political achievements, he would give it to him. If he wanted to exploit the people, he would just wait for death. This kind of official was too rare. Usually, they were honest officials and their families were not rich. But Zhang Zhong's family had a lot of money. Zhang Zhong heard the 2 people's questions and looked at the other people's expressions. He was worried. He didn't know what would happen here in the future. He was anxious to go back and ask his son. His son should have thought about it. Looking at the scenery by the river, the depression was full of hope. In the cold weather, there were still people strolling here, and they were all strong young men. Zhang Zhong knew what these people wanted to do. It was the notice that he had issued in the past that asked people who had nothing to do to walk by the river when they were free. It was better for those who were good at swimming. If someone fell into the water, they could jump in to save him. After all, this was not Huayuan County, and there were no boats patrolling here and there. After saving someone, under normal circumstances, the person being saved was basically a merchant. They would give their savior some benefits. Huayuan County would also give some rewards. To Zhang Zhong, it wasn't much, just 100 or so coins. However, to the commoners, it was quite a lot. When the other county magistrates saw that Zhang Zhong did not answer, they thought that he did not want to talk about this matter. They changed the topic and said, "County Magistrate Zhang, I have decided to let the Yamen runners patrol here in the future. They will learn from you and recruit some idlers into the Yamen." "That's good. If there is a flood, send more people to various places. Boats are expensive in other places. You can ask between the clouds and the water. It is cheaper there. To be honest, my boats there were all made by my family's shipyard. We can sell them to the Yamen as capital." Zhang Zhong was now focused on being a good official. When others mentioned the boat, he decided to sell the capital of his family's shipyard to the yamen. The county magistrate was happy when he heard this. "Don't worry, County Magistrate Zhang. The boats we bought will not be sold at a higher price. They will all be used in the yamen. People who come and go on this river say that they are least worried about the section between Sanshui County and Huayuan County. Not to mention accidentally falling into the water. Even if you tied a stone to your body and jumped into the water, you will not die." While they were talking, a boat approached them. There was a flag at the bow of the boat with a rice seedling painted on it. When they saw the flag, they knew that the people from the Zhang family had come. The Zhang family also had their own fleet. They usually did not go far. They took short-term jobs within the range of the two counties. At the same time, they were responsible for checking the situation on the river. There was a clairvoyant on each boat. Zhang Zhong stood forward and looked at the approaching boat. He asked the person who was also standing at the bow of the boat, "What are you doing here?" "I am going back soon." In response to Master's question, "Our family sent a letter saying that you have encountered a little trouble. It will be solved after you read the letter." The person on the boat tied the letter to a bamboo pole and handed it to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was a little confused. He did not know why his family sent a letter. He did not have any trouble. When he took the letter, the boat from his family had already brushed past him. County Magistrate Zhang's family is better. They have their own fleet and it is convenient to do things, a county magistrate said enviously. A county magistrate said enviously. The other county magistrates nodded in agreement. It was indeed different to have their own business. This time, they were supposed to stay at the resting point in the capital city. Their official rank was low, so it was very uncomfortable to stay there. In the end, they were led by Zhang Zhong to the restaurant opened by his family. They chose a room and did not need to spend any money on food and drinks. These days, they were very comfortable. Zhang Zhong smiled and did not say anything. In his heart, he knew that it was all thanks to his son. His son always wanted his family to have a better life. Before he left, he would make proper arrangements. At home, it was needless to say. Not only were his family members comfortable, but even the people in the inner courtyard were also the same. Regardless of whether it was day or night, there was tea, hot water for bathing, food, and so on. The people in the inner courtyard took turns to keep watch at night. They also found 2 doctors and a medical doctor, which made the house much more stable. In addition to the previous doctor, the 3 doctors each stayed for 8 hours. When they encountered a difficult illness, they would go to the medical doctor. In this way, the people in the inner courtyard did not have to worry when they were resting. When they were working, they worked hard. It was like a big family, making people feel comfortable living in such a house. Thinking of home, Zhang Zhong opened the letter with a smile. After reading it from the beginning, he sighed softly and said to the other county magistrates who were waiting, "There is a new business at home. I don't know if you are interested in participating. I don't dare to say too much, but 50 strings of coins per month is still okay." The county magistrates did not expect that Zhang Zhong would immediately lead them to make money after reading a letter. Needless to say, the Zhang family's ability was obvious. The output of farming was twice as high as other people's. In business, other people might lose money, but the Zhang family definitely could not. 50 strings of coins per month, that was 600 strings of coins per year. Even a year's salary was not so much. A 7th-grade external official only had 1,750 strings of coins per month. Adding the other 350 strings of coins, it was only 2 strings of coins and 100 strings of coins in total. That was 50 strings of coins per month. According to Zhang Zhong's words, the money was considered little. It was more than 20 times the salary. County Magistrate Ching, who had just spoken, immediately expressed his position. County Magistrate Zhang, we are willing to do this. What is it? Zhang Zhong shook the paper in his hand and said, it's simple. Each family will send 20 to 30 people to help deliver letters and things here. If you go by water, my family will take care of the ship. If you go by land, you will need the cooperation of the county magistrates. This is called the express delivery. In the future, the entire province and Sanshui County will be together. Don't be in a hurry to be promoted. Stay in this position for 3 to 5 years. When I come back, I will naturally make arrangements for you. Take advantage of this time to earn more money and take care of your own county. The next county magistrate of Huayuan County is the chief librarian who is promoted now. You don't have to worry. I will tell him what to do. I have already prepared a profitable business for his family. In the future, he will continue to do things like I do. He can still earn 100 strings of coins per month. If he dares to be greedy and dare to sell the interests of the county, you don't have to do anything. Someone will naturally do it. You must also remember to treat the people well. Fix the road so that it will be more convenient for the express delivery. There is a requirement for the person who will be chosen. Rain or shine, from Sanshui County to the farthest county. You will only be given 2 days. You must arrive within 24 hours. When the people are rich, there are also rich businessmen and some nobles who live here. They need this kind of express delivery. It is very easy to earn 50 strings of coins per month. Zhang Zhong was confident in this matter. Ordinary people might take a long time to deliver a letter, but they endured it. However, some people hoped that the sooner the better. If several counties worked together, whether it was by land or by water, they could deliver the letter in 2 days. Chapter 399. Several county magistrates who were standing at the side immediately understood what Zhang Zhong meant. He didn't want to give up the entire province even after he left. There would be a new provincial governor in the province, and some other officials who would do other things. However, no matter what, the province couldn't be separated from the 7 counties that were united. As long as the people in the province went too far, the 7 counties could compete with the provincial yamen. More than 50 strings of coins per person per month was actually to prevent them from being greedy and accepting bribes. In this way, the province couldn't catch them and they didn't need to worry about the provincial governor finding excuses. Thinking of this, the county magistrates felt that the weather seemed to be colder. Zhang Zhong was too meddlesome. But after thinking about it, they had to do this, unless they were willing to surrender. County Magistrate Zhang, I think this is a good idea. I'd rather be a level 7 county magistrate than a level 6 idle official. At most, I'll have a few more acres of land. How can it compare with a monthly income of 50 strings of coins? County Magistrate Zhang can rest assured. What County Magistrate Zhang was like when he left the Yamen of Sanyuan County will only be better when he returns. The County Magistrate of Sanyuan County expressed his opinion, and the county magistrates of other counties also followed. They were waiting for Zhang Zhong to be promoted after he came back. Others might not have this ability, but the Zhang family could. Well said, well said. In the future, as long as I have a way to make money, I will take you with me. When we go back, go to the yamen and take a few kilograms of black fungus back to taste. Seeing that the matter was easily solved, Zhang Zhong happily told the county magistrates. He decided that when he went back, he would give each of them 10 kilograms of black fungus. As for whether they would keep it for themselves or give it to Shengguan, it was not up to him to decide. They talked and laughed easily on the boat and returned to the yamen of Huayuan County in the middle of the night. After settling them in Jinlai Tower, Zhang Zhong hurried home and wanted to ask his son. As a result, he found that his son and daughter-in-law didn't come back. They stayed in Yaowang Mountain. Suppressing the urge to look for him, Zhang Zhong began to tell his family about some of the specific things that happened when he returned to the capital. After the booklet, sand table, and the rental tax were sent, the imperial court discussed it for many days before approving the matter of Cheng Lizho. It was snowing at night. Zhang Zhong hugged Jiang Wang clan and felt the warmth of home. He said softly, "I heard that the winter in the south is not cold at all. There are pearls by the sea. I'll make you a beautiful necklace. Pay attention to adjusting your physical strength. Lower your body a little, form a figure 8 with your feet, bend your legs, and use your peripheral vision to feel the things around you. Focus, don't put all your focus on one leg. Even if you're jogging, tie the straps of your backpack yourself. It has to be just right." On Yaowang Mountain, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each carried a backpack and held a foot-long bayonet in their hands. They led 56 people to train. Wang Wan taught the 56 people as they walked. The 56 people listened as they walked. They controlled their bodies and tried their best to meet the requirements. Now they didn't have much strength. The food was good, but they couldn't stand it if they didn't rest. During the day, they practiced in the morning and swam in the afternoon. They didn't know what the little girl was going to do today. At night, even if it was still snowing, they didn't rest. They were taken to the mountain, carrying a big bag of things, and kept on walking. In the middle of the night, the sky was dark. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surrounded by 56 people. They kept on jogging. They had been jogging for 2 hours, and there was no sign of stopping. The two of them were tired, but their willpower was different. When it was midnight, Wang Wan finally touched Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan didn't have the strength to shout, so he helped to shout, "Stop, rest and eat." 56 people finally stopped. Not caring if the ground was cold or not, they sat down and brought their backpacks in front of them. They took out the wrapped smoked chicken and rice wine in bamboo tubes, eating and drinking at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan first gave each other a massage, and then took out their food to eat. There was some beef jerky, a tube of juice, and a big steamed bun with pickled vegetables inside. "Today is the first day, you can eat as much as you want. Go back later and have a good sleep. Wait until noon tomorrow, you will leave here. I will take you to Fragrant Hill to play. Crossbows and other weapons have been prepared for you. Tomorrow, change into new clothes, put sand in your backpacks, and put your food in the pockets of your clothes. You only have 3 days of food and water. When you arrive at Fragrant Hill, after eating, find a way to find your own food. Those who can't persevere, go back to the inner courtyard. You are the strong Team 0 of Team Meow. The team only needs the strong. Cowards can go to other places to do things." Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the steamed bun and ate some pickled vegetables. He said to the 56 people who had blurred eyes and wanted to sleep. The 56 people were shocked at the same time. Most of their sleepiness disappeared, and they became alert. They tried to drink as little as possible. They were afraid that they would be driven back. They couldn't afford to lose face. There was a new protector, and they would lose their identity as protectors. If they were driven back, would they say that they couldn't keep up when the new protector asked them? Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction. "Now, I will teach you some simple skills. The first is sleep. Don't underestimate this sleep. At critical times, if you can rest for a while in a special environment, you will have a chance to survive. Cuckoo and I have practiced sleeping well. Now, we can sleep at any time and wake up at any time." The 56 people listened attentively. Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained how to adjust their bodies. For example, what to lean on when standing to sleep, the center of gravity and the angle of the body, what was deep sleep, what was light sleep, how to cultivate the sense of danger, and how to wake up on time when sleeping, etc. Zhang Xiaobao had done a lot of research in this area. He first explained the general theory, and then he would take it slow when the time came. Especially for the dangers training, he would arrange special things to put the 56 people in a half-asleep state. The 56 people were already sleepy. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao talking about sleeping methods, they all felt their eyelids become heavier and heavier. Wang Wan took advantage of this time to take a nap. Okay, that's about it. After resting for a quarter of an hour, we will set off and go back. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was about time. He called out to the 56 people and leaned against Wang Wan to sleep. The 56 people yawned. Feeling the cold weather, they all began to eat and drink. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Xiaobao woke up first. Wang Wan also opened her eyes, put on her backpack, and began to lead the group back. When they came, they didn't walk slowly. When they went back, because they were full and had a day of exercise, the 56 people walked until 4:45 in the morning. Only then did they return to the foot of the mountain, enter the house, quickly take off their wet clothes, and lie down to sleep. The next day, Zhang Zhong rushed over when it was almost noon. He wanted to have a good talk with his son. As a result, it was exactly 12:45. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan led the group and set off. This time, like last night, they didn't bring any servants. All the way to Fragrant Mountain, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the carriage and took turns to drive. Looking at the 56 people behind them, Zhang Xiaobao opened his backpack and explained to everyone, "This small knife is used to deal with animals or fish. In the same bag, there is a smaller steel knife used to cut off the dead skin when you are injured. Don't mix them up. The small bamboo tube contains cotton soaked in alcohol. There is also a small tweezer. When the time comes, use the tweezer to pick it up and use it to wipe the wound and the small knife." He remembered that when there was alcohol cotton wool in the small knife, it could not touch the wound directly. If there was no alcohol cotton wool, it had to be roasted with fire first. This small bamboo tube was filled with salt. There was only salt and no other seasonings. These few packets of medicine were made by the doctor of the main house to treat injuries and illnesses. This paper packet contains dried meat, which can be used to satisfy hunger. There are also some dehydrated vegetables and special compressed biscuits. Everything added up, except for the salt, is only enough for you to eat for 3 days. If you eat sparingly, you can eat more. The small gourd contains wine, which is very strong. When you feel weak, drink a mouthful. In addition, the most important thing is these black things extracted from opium poppies. When you are injured and in pain, you can eat a little. When you want to force yourself to continue doing things, you can eat a little. Remember to control yourself. If you eat too much of this thing, you will become addicted. Use it at a critical moment. Zhang Xiaobao was also wearing clothes with many pockets. Every time he said something, he put it in a suitable place. The speed of the carriage slowed down so that the 56 people could slowly follow and stuff the things into the pockets of their clothes. A bag of things seemed to have a lot of things, but they could all be stuffed in. When there was only an empty bag left, the 56 people began to put the sand from the carriage into the bag. Each person put in 10 pounds. In addition to this heavy bag, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also made small sandbags of 2 pounds each for the 56 people. These sandbags could be wrapped around the hands and ankles of the 56 people. These things added up to a total of 30 pounds. There were also weapons, which added up to about 40 pounds. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't use these sandbags because they were still young. In the beginning, they didn't think much of carrying 40 caddies of items. However, after walking for 4 hours, the 56 of them finally understood how burdensome these items were. Each of them was sweating profusely, and their clothes were also soaked. Wang Wan took Zhang Xiaobao's place to drive the carriage. She was holding 2 3-inch wide ropes in her hands. To be precise, they were thick patches, the kind that were made of canvas. "Are you tired?" "Xiaobao, stop the carriage first. I will teach you how to put on the leggings. These leggings can't be tied all the time. You can put them on when needed. With this, you can feel more relaxed when walking and have more explosive power." Chapter 400. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were working hard to train the 56 people, Zhang Zhong and Wang Wan were all anxious. The 2 children ran away with so many people. Hearing from the people who stayed at the foot of Yaowang Mountain that they were going to Fragrant Hill, Zhang Zhong did not go to find them personally. He arranged for someone to bring his own letter over. After returning to the Yamen, Zhang Zhong still did what he was supposed to do. He was not distracted by the fact that the 7 counties would send people to establish provincial governments after the new year. That was a matter of the imperial court and had nothing to do with him. The new provincial governor could not do anything to him. If it was someone who was promoted from other places, they should be thanking him. Compared to Zhang Zhong's calmness, the people in other places could not continue to be as steady as before. Fast horses ran everywhere in the capital, heading to various places in the Tang Empire. The people on the horses had to report the situation in Xinzhou to various places. There were also people who specially collected some information about the Zhang family and had to report it to their respective masters. When the Zhang family pushed a county to become a Shang county, it had already caused quite a stir. This time, they even united 7 counties to become a province, which was even more shocking. Zhang Wang clan's maternal family also specially sent people to visit Zhang Zhong and brought many gifts. The current Zhang Zhong was no longer the person who wanted to elope. He received the people from the Wang family well and had a good chat with them. However, he did not agree to take his family to the capital to have a look. When the people who sent them left, they took many things, including 2 tricycles. Li Sun also rushed back. After asking around, he heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had gone to Fragrant Hill. He thought that the 2 of them wanted to go on a winter hunt. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be better to stay by the Yamen. If something new were to appear, the Zhang family would definitely look for him. He was also waiting for the propeller to be made so that he could install it on the ship that was currently being modified. The old man in the Shuiyun room was not idle either. Ever since he had seen the propeller, he had taken out the copy of the Book of Nature and flipped through it several times. Then, he came to the academy and asked someone to copy it. He was going to make it a compulsory subject for the students of the academy. Even if it was not very orthodox, learning this book could make a propeller. This kind of sharp weapon naturally could not be underestimated. After thinking about it, the old man checked the household register of the students. After finding that there were no people from other countries, he was relieved. Lu Jiro did not leave. She took a group of people from the Ministry of Works and studied it there. She had people send over a lot of good steel. She also transferred some craftsmen from the capital who belonged to the Ministry of Works. Many people from the Military Weapons Administration also came. There were only a few things that looked simple, but it was difficult to understand the principles behind them. He made some parts one by one, and after putting them together, he used some of the oil that was usually used for the axle of the carriage. He found a ship and tested it, and found that it was indeed useful. You only know how it is, but you don't know why it is. What is the principle behind this thing? Lu Jiro said with a sigh after finding out that the replica propeller was also easy to use. Lu Feidong also walked around. When he saw that the thing was made, he thought of what he heard the other day. He asked Lu Jiro, "Uncle, when can I learn this thing? You are such a high official. If you ask the Yamen to accept me, they will accept me, right? Also, I won't continue to ask them to pay for the curved plow." Hee, Lu Jiro smiled helplessly. Feitong, not to mention the Zhang family's ability, even if it was an ordinary county magistrate, they would not listen to my words. I will ask Bai Lao's Heng to write a letter and see if they are willing to let you go. If you really go, you have to be obedient when you get there. Lu Jiro didn't have a good idea. This distant nephew of hers was the kind of person who couldn't get along with 8 Poles. However, he came here to help, and he even brought half of the genealogy book. For her, it was just one more mouth to eat. Besides, this nephew was usually very honest. He would only appear clever when he encountered strange things. The Zhang family sent a letter last time, wanting to meet with them. In the end, they were politely rejected. If her nephew could go, he could learn something. In the future, he would be able to get into the Ministry of Works and do some things. Thinking of this, the two of them went to the academy. When the snow fell, the new year was in front of them. 2 days after the small new year, almost everyone was preparing for the big new year. Shipping had stopped, but people were not idle. Without the ships coming and going, and the ice in the river, especially those who saw the cold storage at the docks to make money, they all had ideas about the ice. At this time, they dug out the ice and put it in the cellar. By next summer, they could sell it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also brought the people back. They only returned to the Yamen on the first day of the new year. The 56 people had changed a lot. Each of them had a determined look in their eyes and their muscles were different from before. At first glance, people would feel that they were not ordinary. The 56 people were really tired. During the day, even if they were in the mountains, they would find a flat ground to practice. In the morning, they would do this. In the afternoon, they would swim. There were many big and small ponds in Xiangshan, and there were also rivers flowing through. Later on, when the ice froze, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not give up on their swimming training. They broke the ice and cleaned it up. They first moved around on the shore, then swam a few laps in the water. They could not stay in the water for so long. In the afternoon, they only needed to stay in the water for an hour. After the new year, the training would continue. If they did not practice more, no one would be available at the crucial moment. In the midst of the festive bustle, the 30th day finally arrived. This year, the two families still spent the new year together. However, they did not return to Zhuangzi. In the Yamen, there had to be someone guarding. In particular, there were many firecrackers. If there was a fire, they had to rush over quickly to save it. The farmers of the two families also knew this. They sent a lot of things and took a lot of things back. Accompanied by the crackling sound of firecrackers, each family ate their New Year's Eve dinner. Zhang Zhong hurriedly finished his meal, then took the Yamen runners to visit some families. In the past half a month, he had not been idle. He brought people to deliver things to the people who were not living well in the county. It had become a tradition to send a bag of noodles, a bag of rice, a barrel of oil, or 10 caddies of pork. Zhang Zhong did not forget about the other 6 counties around him. He had people deliver things to them. As for whether those county magistrates would follow his example and give things to each family, he did not care. In the end, the other 6 county magistrates followed his example and gave things to the people. In exchange, the people smiled and looked at them with respect, which made them feel different. Xiao Bao, when will you be able to leave next year? Do you still need to prepare anything? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was eating watermelon seeds, when she was on night watch. Zhang Xiaobao ate a watermelon seed with difficulty. He thought for a while and said, "About a month. After the new year, we will be able to leave." This time, the team is not small. We have to take the things we collected from the surrounding counties and sell them along the way. We also have to carry 2 ships of wheat rice stones. There is a lot of land there, but there are not many people. We can buy some more. When we get there, we can eat as many bananas as we want. What other fruits are there? I don't know if anyone has brought coffee or something from other places to plant there. I don't think so. Can the seeds of some of our crops be planted there? Wang Wan had not seen what bananas looked like since she came here. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao mention it, she licked her lips, picked up a walnut, and ate it. Who cares if it can be planted or not? Let's bring it over first. Cotton can definitely be planted. The specific place has not been decided yet. We have to wait for that assistant minister to help. Let's see where he will harm my father and what excuse he will use. A map appeared in Zhang Xiaobao's mind. He pondered over it one by one. What should he do when he got there? He still had to consider some local factors. Wang Wan also had a picture in her mind. It was not a map, but a picture of her playing on the beach. Sitting under a coconut tree, listening to the sound of the tide, looking at the blue sky and seagulls flying, a red sun hanging in the sky, and eating a lobster with both hands. It is said that there is a lot of silver in Japan. When we get there, we can do more trade with them, get the silver back, and sell the things. If we don't sell the things with technology, what else can Japan have? Then we can take a ship to Southeast Asia and bring back some good things, especially corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and what else? Think about it. The picture in Wang Wan's mind changed again. The lobster in her hand disappeared and was replaced by a bag of potato chips. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a melon seed and said, "Those things are not from Southeast Asia, right? It seems to be in Africa. Do we dare to go there? Let's trade with Japan first and see if we can find something along the coast that we don't have." Animals are included. There will probably be a lot of mess waiting to be dealt with when we get there. Especially with the people living in the mountains over there, we have to coordinate a good relationship. We can't be hostile. We can give them some things first, such as food, and then slowly teach them some knowledge. Is it integration? Wang Wan gave up the idea of going to sea directly and asked about the ethnic issues. This kind of thing was not easy to deal with. It's not integration. It's that we have already regarded them as a family in our hearts. Everyone can live a good life and distribute the benefits as much as possible, so there will be fewer conflicts. They should have a lot of good handicrafts and specialties. We can help them sell them and buy things from other places and sell them to them. As long as we respect their ethnic culture and their totems, they won't care who rules. Zhang Xiaobao had thought about this for a long time. Under normal circumstances, ethnic minorities were not friendly to outsiders. It was nothing more than a poor use of resources and poverty. Psychologically, they had the idea that outsiders would make them poorer. First, they would send things to show their friendliness. Then, they would teach them a little bit and let them see the outside world. Naturally, they would be more open-minded and willing to try to live a better life and yearn for a more prosperous place. Wang Wan also agreed with this idea. We still don't know what they look like and what kind of house they live in. Food. Let's trick a few more doctors to follow them and see if we can find good medicinal materials. We can also learn from the local people. Some indigenous recipes are more useful. Chapter 401. Every year, the night was like this. What was different was the mood. This year, the people of Huayuan finally had a good new year. There was a lot of food at home. They even dared to make dumplings with meat fillings. The table was not like last year, when there were only a few simple things. The adults and the children had new clothes made and bought firecrackers. When the firecrackers sounded, it was accompanied by the children's laughter. The cold night seemed to be full of joy. Many people first kowtowed in the direction of the yamen before they started to eat the dumplings. The dumplings with pork and onion fillings were taken out of the pot and piled on the plate. They were dipped in garlic sauce and took a bite. The fragrance was overflowing, and the children grinned as they ate. The adults were also happy. From time to time, they told their children to remember County Magistrate Zhang. Without County Magistrate Zhang, there would be no good days now. They would not be able to eat meat dumplings with white flour, set off firecrackers, and receive candies from every family during the new year. Some people even set up a longevity tablet for Zhang Zhong, praying that the Zhang family would be safe and sound forever. Zhang Zhong did not know that the people treated him like this. He was leading a few yamen runners to visit the poor families in the county. When he visited a family, he would chat with them for a while, ask about their lives and trifles at home. He would also eat a dumpling. After making a big circle, the sound of firecrackers gradually subsided. Zhang Zhong began to regret that he ate too much at home. After eating a circle of dumplings, his stomach was full. Some people did not like to be jealous. They only had soy sauce, so they were sick of it. There were all kinds of fillings. When he returned to the yamen, he ate a lot of shancha pills. After a while, he felt better. He talked with the people of the Wang family about the future and waited for dawn. When the firecrackers of the new year gradually faded away, the people returned to their normal lives. The affairs of Qingzhou also began. The imperial court sent many officials and promoted some from several counties. However, the 6 county magistrates all wrote memorials, saying that they still wanted to be county magistrates. The county affairs were not settled yet. Li Sun ran over early in the morning. He was very excited. He found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still training people. He said to the two of them, "Let me tell you something good. I'm sick. According to a local prescription, I need to soak in the sea and eat more seafood to get better." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately understood. Li Sun had convinced his family to follow them. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. Why bother? It's not easy to travel back and forth. If you don't get used to the food and lodging and get sick, it'll be troublesome. I'm not afraid. You're not afraid. I'm an adult, what's there to be afraid of? As long as I follow you, I won't have to worry about food and lodging. Your family knows how to enjoy life. How can it be bad? Li Sun had made up his mind to follow them. He was not worried about any danger. When he talked about following them, he suddenly said to the two of them, "Guess where Xiao Bao's father will go? Assistant Minister Liu is quite capable. He found a group of people to write memorials saying that your father should be punished. He said that your father should be placed in a better place. He said that Lu Zhou's place is not bad. In addition, your family found people to do some work. The emperor is the same. In 2 days, he will send an edict. It's a lower province. Your father can be the provincial governor." Oh. As expected, he was sent to Lingnan. Fine, Lingnan it is. As long as he can be the head there, he can have the final say. Is my family's ship ready? Send it over quickly. There are other ships that need to be used for transportation. This time, there are many things. If you don't want to live a hard life there, you have to bring more things over. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect LV Yenzhua to be so ruthless. He really sent them to Lingnan. Since the matter was decided, he had to make preparations here. Once the imperial court's edict was issued, his father would bring his family to the capital. After seeing the emperor, they would set off for the capital. Li Sun patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I've already prepared. I've also modified a ship. In addition to the ship company's original ship, I'll bring 3 ships this time. Your family will have 10 ships. What do you think? Is the group big enough? 10 ships won't be enough. My family bought so many things from the surrounding counties. 10 ships won't be enough. We'll bring 5 more ships. We'll trade along the way. I won't go on land. It'll be torturous. We'll take the waterway and then enter the sea. We'll walk along the coast. It'll be faster than going on land." Zhang Xiaobao calculated and firmly chose to take the waterway. Otherwise, they would have to climb mountains all the way. When they reached the destination, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Li Sun also thought so. He had never seen what the sea looked like. This time, he would like to see it. He nodded and said, "Well, find 5 more ships. It's also fine to take the waterway. Your father is not exiled. As long as there's no delay in taking office, it's fine to dig from the ground. It's a 4th-rank official. In just 1 year, how many people want to be a 4th-rank official? Your father is so young, but he's sitting there. Shouldn't you treat me to something to celebrate? It's my father's ability to be a 4th-rank official. Moreover, it's a 4th-rank official in such a remote place. Ask the officials in the capital, how many are willing to go there? Well, I'll treat you to something to eat. It's scrambled eggs with chives." Zhang Xiaobao was indeed happy. Other people were not willing to go outside to be an official, but he was willing. That place was truly a place where the emperor was far away. He and Wang Wan were tinkering with something, so they did not have to worry about being targeted by others. There were many benefits. As he spoke, he let the 56 people continue their training. He really pulled Li Sun to make scrambled eggs with chives. The newly harvested chives were just in time to be delicious. Zhang Zhong's departure was a foregone conclusion. 5 days later, the imperial court sent a decree, telling him to go to the capital first. He had to see the emperor and take the seal to take office. Li Sun mobilized a large ship to the capital and waited there. The goods here had to be sent over by small ship. The farmers of the Zhang family and Wang family also knew about this matter. Even if they already knew about it, they were still reluctant to see their master leave. Many people came to see them off. They also promised to look after Zhuangzi and wait for their master's return. The people of Sanshui County also knew about this matter. Many people also came to see Zhang Zhong, the person who brought them a good life. Needless to say, the people of Huayuan County also came. Even the people of the other 6 counties also came. Cart after cart of goods were transported to the docks. There was no need for the Zhang family to find people to do the work. The people who came stepped forward to help move the goods. Some of the people in the 8 counties looked like a black mass from afar. There were at least 10,000 people. The goods were loaded and moved. The Zhang family and Wang family arrived in the capital first. At this time, they began to board the ship. No one knew who was the first to shout, "Lord Zhang, have a safe journey. I kowtow to you. Lord, if you feel uncomfortable outside, please come back. We, the people, will listen to you." Following this person's example, the other people also shouted blessings and kowtowed to Zhang Zhong. Except for the people of the Zhang family and Wang family who stood at the bow of the ship, the others all knelt there, kowtowing to Zhang Zhong with their heads bobbing up and down. This scene stunned Li Sun, as well as the old man who had just come down with the flow. Zhang Zhong also did not expect that so many people would come to see him off. It was just the beginning of spring, and the river had just frozen. With so many people kneeling on the ground, it must be very cold. Zhang Zhong could not help but cry drop by drop. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, took the simple loudspeaker from Zhang Xiaobao, and shouted to the people around him, "Everyone, get up and live a good life. If you have any trouble, go to the Zhang family to find the housekeeper, or go to between the clouds and the water to find the shopkeeper. As long as you do not commit crimes, the Zhang family will definitely help you. Get up quickly, the ground is cold." When he cried, the people also cried. They were reluctant to let Zhang Zhong go. With Zhang Zhong here, they had a backbone. However, they also knew that Zhang Zhong was promoted and would go to a place far away. "Lord, please think of a way. If you do well there, you can come back to our Yaozhou to be the provincial governor. We can be together again. A few days ago, I bought 2 horses to transport goods to make money. If you have goods, I will do it for free." A person in the crowd shouted loudly. He was smarter and knew how to keep Zhang Zhong here without affecting his future. With him taking the lead, the other people also talked about their family's plans. Their voices were in a mess. Zhang Zhong could not hear them clearly, but he still stood at the bow and waited. The people also knew that their lord could not hear them, but they still wanted to finish their words. It was as if they said it, their lives in the future would be better. The old man stood at the bow and listened. He said to his son beside him, "Do you see that? It's actually easy to be a good official. In the future, if Zhang Zhong really comes back to Yaozhou to be the provincial governor, as long as he issues a decree, he will not be obstructed. He can use the people's hearts." This was the first time Bai Kong saw so many people sending him off. In addition to the people who were already here, there were also people who were coming from afar. When he heard his father's words, he agreed. "Yes, it's amazing. Wherever Zhang Zhong is, the people can live a good life. The people of Luzhou are blessed. Zhang Zhong is satisfied with his life." Just like what Xiaobao said, he wants his father to stand in the center of 10,000 people and feel the glory. "If one day I can do that, I will die without regrets." After the people finished talking about their plans for the new year, their voices gradually subsided. At this time, Zhang Zhong should also set sail. In addition to the people from the inner court of Zhang family and Wang family, there were also some other people, including doctors, craftsmen, Fang Lu, Er's family, and the family who made the boat their home. After the group of people boarded the boat, Zhang Zhong's boat first came to the old man. He greeted him and said something before turning the boat around and heading in the direction of the capital. The rest of the people who were sending them off stood there and watched. Even if the boat had become a small dot, they still looked around until the dot could no longer be seen. Many people cried again. As they cried, they helped the Zhang family load the goods onto the boat. On the boat, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also cried just now. Their eyes were red. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow and said against the wind, "The provincial governor of Yaozhou. Good, the next official position will be here." Chapter 402. On a clear spring day, the turbid waves were still surging, and thousands of boats were competing. A large fleet of 18 boats was drifting in the Yellow River. The largest boat on the river was the same size as the large boats in the fleet. There were many smaller boats, and some even had a small boat to ferry back and forth. The waves rolled, and the boat was like a leaf. Many people in the fleet came to the Yellow River for the first time. Looking at the turbulent Yellow River and the small boats bobbing up and down, they were all shocked. When they praised the boat rowers for their great ability, they couldn't help but secretly sigh that poor people didn't have a good life. If they had the money to buy a big boat, who would want to row a small boat like this? One mistake and they would fall into the water. "Xiaobao, I'll show you," Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was standing next to her, with the clairvoyance in her hand. Xiao Bao looked in the direction that Wang Wan was pointing at and saw a 12 or 13-year-old child dragging a nearly 2-foot-long carp towards the shore. The fish was still waving its tail vigorously, creating quite a few splashes. The child seemed to be struggling, but he was very determined. Bit by bit, he managed to drag the fish ashore. Catching a carp in the Yellow River with your bare hands. Not bad, you have some skills. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and praised. Can you do it? Wang Wan asked. When I'm his age, I can. You can kick me into the water from the observatory and see if I can swim to the shore. There are people who can swim across the Yangtze River, not to mention the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. Ever since Zhang Zhong met the emperor, he took his family out by boat. They walked along the Yellow River, entered the canal, entered the sea in Hangzhou, and walked along the coast until they reached the destination. It could be said that this was the furthest distance from north to south. If they came out from Sichuan, it would be even further. On the way from the Yellow River to the canal, the fleet did not plan to stop to resupply or sell anything. They would wait until they reached the Chuzhou area. Other small boats or cargo ships might not be able to withstand such a long time without supplies, but the Zhang family's fleet was not a problem at all. As a fleet that could enter the sea, how could they not resupply? Wei Wei and Lu were also watching curiously from the boat. The two of them each had a clairvoyance. These clairvoyants didn't need to be made of crystal. There were some kills that could occasionally produce some transparent colored glaze. They just needed to find a colorless, transparent glaze. Wei Wei was more familiar with water than Lu. After all, her home was a boat. She looked at the small boat on the river and said to Lu, Sister Lu, it's very dangerous to row the boat at a time like this. Sometimes, when the waves come, the boat will capsize if the oar doesn't remove the force of the waves. Yes, it's dangerous. It's scary to see it in the water and be covered by it. Wei Wei, do you know how to row? Can you swim? Lu's heart rose and fell with the rise and fall of the boat. She was a little sad and a little relieved. Her family fled to Zhangzhe Zhuangzi. At that time, they were starving to death. Her younger brother, young man, didn't have the strength to cry. Unexpectedly, they met a kind person. Until now, their family was getting better and better. But who would help these people on the Yellow River? The master of the Zhang family. If he could be an official here, it would be fine. Otherwise, even if he wanted to help, he could only help 1 or 2 people. Wei Wei also knew the hardships of a boatman. Sometimes, when he didn't catch enough fish during the day, her brother had to stay up late to catch prawns at night. The money he earned every day was basically the money he needed to spend every day. There was rarely any time when there was a surplus. Hearing Lu's question, she nodded and then shook her head. I know how to row a boat, but I've never done it before. I'm still young. I know how to swim. Which child on the water can't swim? Sister Lu, if you fall into the water, don't be afraid. I'll save you. I'm so old. It won't be a problem for me to save you. I don't want to wait for someone to save me. I'll learn by myself in the future. I heard that the young master and young lady are very good at swimming. Next time when we learn, I'll learn from them. I heard that the place we're going to has an ocean. The ocean is blue and there are very big fish. If we catch one, we can eat it for many days. Lu looked at the big boat under her feet and felt safe. She yearned to talk about what she heard from others. 18 big boats with sails were sailing with the wind and the current. They were not slow. These 18 boats were slightly different from other boats. There were 2 masts on the mast, one in front and one behind. At this time, there were no sails on them. Only those who knew that these two masts were used to hang the jib sails. Other boats would lower their sails when the wind was against them. When they were going against the current, there would be boatmen. When the wind was against them, these 18 boats would lower their sails and hoist the jib sails. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War had issued a gag order. Apart from the warships of the Zhang family and the imperial court, no one else could get their hands on them. Li Sun did not stay idle. Before he came, his father had given him a task to write down everything he saw and heard. He had brought many people with him. Some were scholars, and some were martial artists. At this moment, 3 scholars were writing while he was in charge of telling them what he saw. Thousands of sails compete in the current, or small boats bobbing on the waves. The shore is full of weeds, and the water is turbid. Children dive into the water to catch fish with their bare hands. It's strange, shocking, and lamenting. We sail the vast and mighty boats, but ordinary people ferry small boats. How many of them know what the common people want? When I hear that the people of Luzhou are suffering, Li Sun, swear that when I return, the people of Luzhou will have enough food and clothing. Li Sun stood on the deck with his hands on his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he spoke. Among the 3 scholars, 2 of them did not move while the last one wrote quickly. The little prince cares about the people of the world. I'm impressed, the scholar said to Li Sun after he finished writing. I have the ambition to bring peace to the world, but I don't have the ability to do so. Wait for the Zhang family. The Zhang family has always been extraordinary. Have you gotten used to it? Li Sun knew his place. He swore an oath and waited for the Zhang family to do it. He could only follow along and help. Little prince, I've been eating well, but my stomach feels uncomfortable when I'm floating on the water. I don't know why, the scholar replied. Li Sun smiled and said, it's normal for seasickness to be like this. Is it because you saw that the Zhang family and Wang family are fine, so you're curious? They came out of the water because they fainted. Before they came, they practiced for a few days. They'll be fine after a while in the lake on Herb King Mountain. I wonder when the people of the world will be able to live a good life. As Li Sun spoke, he saw a small boat being overtaken by a fleet. He felt that if there was a bridge here, it would be more convenient for people to come and go. If it was in the past, he would never care about this. Ever since he saw that the thing was given to Lu Er's family, he kept in touch with the Zhang family from time to time. That was why he changed. He restrained himself and learned to help the weak. He also felt the joy of helping others, especially those who couldn't eat. He first gave them something to eat and then found a job to do. He felt a good mood that he had never experienced before. What touched him the most was the scene when Zhang Zhong left Huayuan County. He also wanted to have that kind of opportunity. He decided that when he got a fief, he would ask Zhang Zhong to be an official. That way, when he walked outside, he would see a smile on the people's faces. After another 2 days, the fleet arrived at Kaifeng. The next step was to change the route. From there, they would go to Chuzhou City to resupply. At the same time, they would buy and sell some goods. There was a big dock in Kaifeng that was specially used for docking ships. When the 18 ships were about to pass by it, something unexpected happened. There were more than 30 people at the dock, old and young. Unlike other people who were waiting for the ships, they were pushed and prevented from getting close to a ship. Later, more people joined in and pushed the ship together. The people of the Zhang family saw it, but they didn't understand what was going on. Li Sun wanted to let the people live a good life. When he saw injustice, he wanted to help. Stop the ship. The other ships go first. My ship stopped. Go down and ask what happened. Following Li Sun's shout, the ship came to a stop. Immediately, someone went down to inquire. The other ships continued to move forward. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also saw it. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. They wanted to wait for Li Sun to catch up with them. After the 17 ships left for more than an hour, Li Sun's ship caught up with them. From the water behind the ship, they knew that he used a propeller. Only 2 ships in the fleet were equipped with propellers. Zhang Xiaobao's ship and Li Sun's ship. They didn't usually use them. When Li Sun's ship came closer, an arrow was shot from the ship. There was a letter tied to the arrow. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't read the letter first. Instead, they looked at the place where the arrow hit the ship. What a wastrel, Zhang Xiaobao scolded. He then opened the letter and read it. Wang Wan also moved her head closer to him. There is a drought. Why didn't anyone report it? Wang Wan muttered after reading the letter. Isn't it the same? A few other counties were affected by the drought. If we can hide it, we will hide it. So, there are people escaping. Why can't there be thousands of people? Go back to the ship and pick up all the escapees in Kaifeng. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought that the place they were going to had a small population. Why not take them to other places? They were all citizens of Tang. Why couldn't they live somewhere else? The letter said that the fugitives had no money to take a boat or eat, so they begged other boats to take them to other places or give them food to eat. If someone was willing to take them in, they could even help with some work. In the end, the people at the docks saw that they were dressed in rags and had stolen goods on them. They were afraid that they would spread the disease, so they asked them to leave. The people at the docks were still waiting to work. If the ships that came here saw this group of people and stopped next to them, where would they go to get work? They started to drive them away. Once Li Sun's people arrived, things became easier. No one dared to offend them. They waited for Li Sun's orders. Li Sun was full of ambition. He naturally took them to the ship and asked them to get food and water for them to wash up. Only then did he catch up. Zhang Xiaobao's words meant that the decision was made. He passed down the order and the first 2 half-full cargo ships were unloaded at the docks. He also sent people to inquire about the situation of the fugitives. At Kaifeng, they dismounted their horses and started looking for the fugitives. The other ships couldn't move for a while. They could only anchor at the docks and do some simple resupply. Chapter 403. The officials in Kaifeng also knew what Zhang Xiaobao was doing. It was reasonable to say that they should stop him and not let the people under their jurisdiction leave. However, if they really wanted to do so, they had to solve these personal problems first. Obviously, the officials did not want to take out extra money. After last year's autumn harvest, they had taken out money to make up for it in the winter. Now that it was spring, the price of some things was rising. The people in the disaster area did not even have a seed. There were too many things to make up for. No one knew if the drought would continue this year. If it continued like this, it was better not to care about those few pieces of land first. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao's plan to pull people in went very smoothly. In order to block this matter, the officials even turned a blind eye to the passing 4th-rank officials and the little prince and let people pull the disaster victims in groups. The 2 cargo ships were emptied, but they did not make much money. They were too close, so they could only say that they were keeping their capital. The ships that were emptied were not used to carry people, but to carry food, so that the disaster victims could eat on the way. The 18 ships, each of which was emptied a little space, could hold 800 to 800 people. Of course, Li Sun and the Zhang family's flagship would not let the disaster victims come on board. The Zhang family had too many secrets, and Li Sun wanted to ensure their safety. On the first day, only 60 people were found. From the second day onwards, more people were found. In 5 consecutive days, a total of 841 people were found. In 5 days, Zhang Xiaobao earned an extra 200 strings of coins, which made the people who knew about it really speechless. After stopping the ships, Zhang Xiaobao saw that the goods they brought did not make much money, and only kept their capital, so he immediately asked people to buy fish, shrimps, and other grains and vegetables here. The people on the ships moved and sold rice. Kaifeng was not much worse than Chang'an. It was very prosperous. The rice was divided into different grades. The highest grade earned 3 strings of coins, the middle grade earned 2 strings of coins, and the low grade earned 1 string of coins. The people on the docks, the people coming and going, and the pedestrians on the streets of Kaifeng. In 5 days, the fresh and delicious food was cheap, so Zhang Xiaobao sold more than 70,000 sets. It became a trend here, especially for the people in Kaifeng who had retired, their family members, and their servants began to spread the news on the second day. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect this kind of thing. He thought that it would be enough to make a few strings of coins, mainly to train the people on the ships to cook. At the same time, he let some smart people understand the idea of grasping business opportunities. According to Wang Wan's words, they should not give Zhang Xiaobao any chance. When he had no money, they should not listen to him. When he had money, they should avoid him when they heard his name. This way, he would not be able to earn money. Wei Wei and Lu were in charge of calculating the accounts. When all the accounts were out, they looked at the young master with even more admiration. Just by stopping the ships and waiting for people, they could make so much money. 200 strings of coins, which was enough to buy seeds and farming tools for the people of a county and feed them for more than a month. After stopping here for 10 days and half a month, there were no more victims. It seemed that the officials in Kaifeng were not as capable as the young master and could not be compared to the Zhang family. At this time, some people had learned the cooking methods of the fleet and started to make all kinds of rice. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that most people had arrived, he did not want to waste any more time and ordered the fleet to continue moving. When the 18 ships left, the officials in Kaifeng went to the docks to watch. Feng Shaoyi, what do you think of this? An official asked another official. County Magistrate Tian, what do you think? Feng Shaoyi did not answer directly, but asked a question in return. County Magistrate Tian thought for a while and said, I don't know. What's going on? They bought all kinds of things from us and transferred them to make the food that is convenient to eat. They actually sold so much. The restaurants here also have the kind of fast food that can be eaten immediately. Why did they buy it from them? I think I understand. Although we also have fast food here, the rice and vegetables are separated. The vegetables have less soup, so they put the rice and vegetables together. They also have a special kind of small pickled vegetables. It has a lot of juice, and it is faster to eat. The taste is also different from normal. I estimate that they can earn more than 100 strings of coins in these 5 days. Even a ship of goods can't earn so much, unless they ship the goods from far away and don't have here. This is great. In the future, we will also do this in Kaifeng. Feng Shaoyi analyzed. He just did not count the money they earned. County Magistrate Tian thought for a while and said, Feng Shaoyi is really good. This time, we have a lot of free land. When the new year is better, other people will come and save us a lot of trouble. Zhangzhong is really not a small matter. Initially, I was just here to watch the show. However, a person who can rule over a county and a province hasn't made any progress with Lu Zhou. It seems like it's impossible. He can earn so much money just by docking a ship. When he gets there and takes charge, perhaps there will be people fighting to go to Lingnan. We can't compete with this kind of person. Let's go back and have a look. We have been stopped for 5 days, and we have collected a lot of taxes. The Zhang family in Zhangzhou, we must not offend them in the future. Feng Shaoyi was surprised and happy. In the future, there would be a lot of simple food here. The shops, restaurants, and even the common people would have more income. The Yamen would collect more taxes. At the same time, he also learned something. This was a good thing. He was surprised because as long as the Zhang family was there, people would be scared and do things unrestrainedly. The fleet continued to move forward, and the 841 people on board were all changed into new clothes, and their hair was also combed. Those who were sick or injured were also treated, and the money used was the 200 strings of coins. Even so, it was not spent. The clothes and medicinal herbs added up to 50 strings of coins per person. When bought in bulk, the price was cheap. 40 strings of coins was enough. Before they boarded the ship, they had been told where they were going. Luzhou, a very far place. However, these people did not object. They were originally fleeing. As long as they could survive and did not leave Tang, it did not matter where they went. When they boarded the ship, they were very obedient. They knew that there was a little prince, a 4th-grade official, and a 7th-grade official, so they did not dare to cause trouble. They just did what they were told. Besides, the food was not bad. There were white flour steamed buns, a vegetarian dish, a meat dish, and a soup. Not to mention when they were fleeing, they did not dare to eat such food every meal in normal times. Some people who had followed others to Sanshui County began to tell others about the power of the owner of the fleet. There was no need to deliberately exaggerate. When the truth was told, people who did not know were frightened. Because of the existence of the Zhuangzi and Zhang family, the people of Sanshui County could eat meat every day. As long as they were willing, they could eat dumplings every meal. Zhang family and Wang family were even more amazing. Every family lived in a 2-story building. The children went to school, and the adults also had time to learn. Except when they were working, they did not wear clothes made of coarse hemp. If one family paid, they could buy a small shop in an ordinary place. If several families paid together, they dared to buy a restaurant. How much money did they have? Being a farmer was like this. Who cared about contracts? If they were driven away, they would not leave. They would be farmers. After such publicity, the escapees began to identify with the fleet. Whenever Zhang Zhong, Li Sun, and Wang Wan's father had nothing to do, they would go to other ships to have a look. These escapees respectfully expressed that they would work hard when they arrived at the place and would be willing to become new farmers. As a result, Zhang Xiaobao had to arrange things in advance. There was no Zhuangzi yet. No matter what, they had to choose a place. A map that looked like a map was placed on the table. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking about where to buy land. Both families had officials, so they would be given some land. Zhang Zhong was a 4th-rank official, with a yearly salary of 265 shur and 7 hectares of farmland. Wang Wan's father was a 7th-rank official, with a yearly salary of 70 shur and 30 to 50 mu of farmland. Neither of them had a title of nobility, nor did they have any meritorious service, otherwise they would have received even more. In fact, Li Sun had the most. He had not been officially appointed as a marquis. He was just eating from his family. He was still young. When he grew up and had a fief, he should be a commandery prince. Just the land alone was 150 mu. He was anxious. When he grew up, he would be able to rule his own place. What kind of lousy map is this? It's not detailed at all. Where can we find land? Wang Wan looked at the simple map. She really did not know what to do. Zhang Xiaobao was also confused. The game maps he bought were more detailed than this. Who drew this map? He sighed helplessly and rolled up the precious map again. Forget it. We'll look at it when we get there. Let's choose an ordinary place and improve it. When we get to Suzhou, oh, it's called Chuzhou, we'll see if there are any good specialties there. I heard that the Suzhou embroidery there is good. Let's buy some to make clothes. Specialties. Does Biluakun count? I heard that there was also jiangzhou fish. Let's get the tea first and then buy more jiangzhou fish. We can sell them at a high price. Wang Wan remembered these two things. Zhang Xiaobao disagreed. Biluakun is fine, but jiangzhou fish is not. No matter how good jiangzhou fish is, it can't be sold at a high price. The next stop is Zhejiang. Then we'll walk along the sea. Who will buy frozen jiangzhou fish? Forget it. Biluakun is fine. We can go there at this time. We can buy more. Wang Wan did not care about the jiangzhou fish. Chapter 404. Li Sun's actions were all taught by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao said that as a leader, he had to learn these things. Li Sun didn't even think about it and did as he was told. Needless to say, the effects were pretty good. When the commoners knew of his identity and saw that he could wear such clothes and say such words, they all became more respectful. Every day, Li Sun would take a look around, and sometimes, she would even eat a meal with the commoners. After 7 consecutive days, the boat finally arrived at Chuzhou City. Originally, going with the current would have shortened the journey, but who would have thought that a gust of wind would blow in, causing the jib sail to not be raised, which affected the speed of the boat. In fact, this was Zhang Xiaobao's intention. He was ready to find a reason to slow down the boat. Otherwise, he would have arrived 2 days earlier. At that time, the Biluakun had not been picked yet. He was afraid that the people in the tea garden would think that they deliberately came to buy tea and raise the price. Otherwise, all the boats would have raised the jib sail and paddled, and it would have taken less than 4 days to get there. At this time, the spring water was very hot because of the melting snow. When they arrived at Chuzhou City, Zhang Xiaobao arranged for people to collect the tea leaves. It would be best if the people in the inner courtyard could pick the tea themselves. He asked people to supply the tea while he took his family to eat. The Japanese grenadier fish in the river were not bad. Almost every one of them could be eaten with a few pieces of deep river stone, which was the thick bones on the fish. This was not a man-made fish. It was a pure wild Yangtze grenadier fish. Zhang Xiaobao not only ate it, but also bought some and froze it for his family to eat in the future. He also bought some shrimps, but not crabs. No matter how delicious the hairy crabs were, it was not the season. He sold a lot of goods shipped from Huaiyuan County. It was difficult for him to adapt to the different cultures and eating habits of the different regions, but it was very easy to eat something new. The boat was suddenly empty. Except for buying some rice and noodles, there was still a lot of space left. He couldn't fill it with tea leaves. He wanted to do that, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough tea leaves. How could Zhang Xiaobao go on an empty boat? After thinking about it, he began to buy bamboo shoots. He also bought some good purple bamboo. He planned to look for places that did not have bamboo shoots along the way and make them into things to sell. He brought the purple bamboo all the way to his destination and used it to make some utensils. This purple bamboo was not bad at making musical instruments, especially the flute. Between the big sales and big purchases, the group spent 5 days here. The people who went to buy the tea leaves also came back with young leaves. There was also a place where the people of the main courtyard bribed the people on the tea mountain and personally went to pick the tea leaves. Zhang Xiaobao treasured these tea leaves very much. Seeing that there was a lot of tea leaves, he reluctantly made 2 tea leaf dishes. The 2 families and Li Sun ate happily. Cast the jib and row the oars. Turn the wheels on both sides of the ship. Go to Hangzhou. Hurry up. There's still Longjing tea over there. After Zhang Xiaobao finished collecting the tea leaves, he began to issue new orders. The speed of the ship suddenly increased. In addition, the front of the ship was deliberately riveted with steel plates, which increased the ability of the front of the ship to divide the water. After the 18 ships were carried by inertia, their speed became faster and faster. Even the small fast boats on the canal could not compare to them. Along the way, everyone was shocked. After a while, the direction of the wind changed, and all the sails were raised. For 24 hours, the people on the boats took turns to paddle. In just a little over 3 days, the fleet flew to their destination. This speed was so fast that it could scare people to death. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not satisfied. They felt that it was too slow. In the future, they had to think of more ways to increase the speed of the ship as much as possible. If they were driving on the highway, they would not need 3 days. As long as they were not afraid of being fined, they could reach their destination in 2 hours. As soon as the ship arrived at their destination, they began to sell goods again. They also went to buy Longjing tea leaves. Some of the tea leaves could be bought new, but some were made into tea balls. It was impossible to make green tea from the tea balls like before. Even so, they still bought more. At the very least, Lu Zhou did not have Longjing tea. This time, because most of the tea leaves had been collected, they did not stay for long. It took them a total of 3 days to buy and sell goods. The fleet set sail again. This time, they could not take the inland river. The river there would disappear after a certain extent. It could not be completely connected. If someone connected a few rivers like Sanshui County and Huayuan County, then they could bypass a section of the sea route and go through the inland river. Usually, the imperial court did not set a time limit for exile. After all, the land route was difficult, and it was easy to die on the way. However, it gave Zhang Zhong 3 months. He wondered if the imperial court wanted to see how fast a ship with propellers could go. If it were anyone else, they would rather not go than agree, but Zhang Zhong did. It had been more than a month since they left the capital. The rest of the time, they would have to sail the sea to Luzhou. The Zhang family's fleet was equipped with triangular sails, and the bows of the ships had been modified. There was a lot of space on the ship. There was no need to stop for supplies. Otherwise, if it were another ship, they might not be able to reach this speed even after 2 to 3 months. Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to stay for too long. He went around the sea. As long as they did not encounter typhoons or reefs, they would be fine. After a month and a half, the fleet finally avoided all kinds of dangers and arrived at Luzhou. At this time, Luzhou was hotter than the summer in the capital. The people on the ship were all tanned, especially Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them would come out to bask in the sun when they had nothing to do. Without sunscreen, it was difficult not to become tanned. There were less than 10 days before the 3-month deadline. The closest place to the sea was Ule County. It was just a county below the sea. There were no good docks at all. It was difficult for the 18 ships to dock. Fortunately, there was a sunken bay in this place. It was called Qinzhou Bay. It was a very good natural harbor. The 18 ships went around the bay and arrived at this place. While they lowered the small boats for Zhang Zhong to take over, they contacted the local people and hired them to help build a simple dock. Zhang Zhong's handover was very smooth. The original provincial governor wished he could have brought Zhang Zhong here from the capital. He was too poor. Most of the people here were fishing and farming. When the wind came and the salty rain came, they would not be able to produce much. It was difficult to find people to work. There were 4 counties in this prefecture, or rather, 4 commanderies. Only Jade Mountain Commandery was slightly bigger. However, there were only about 500 households and less than 3,000 people. The total population of the 4 counties was no more than 7,000 people. A prefecture, even a lower prefecture, could not have such a small population. It was no wonder there were so many fishermen. Every year, a large amount of local specialties such as silver, hawksbill turtle, turtle skin, jade feather, and armor fragrance were needed. If they did not go to the sea, where would they find these things? Except for silver and peacock feathers, which were found on land, the rest had to be found in the sea. The 4 counties were all lower counties, and the province was also a lower province. When the locals saw the 18 ships, their eyes were filled with surprise and vigilance. Looking from the ship, these people were even darker than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Especially those who were supposed to be in their 30s, they looked like they were in their 50s or 60s. Li Sun raised his clairvoyance and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were standing next to him, curiously, "What's going on?" "Look, that person is obviously the father of the 2 children. Why does he look like the grandfather of the 2 children?" "It's very simple. They eat a simple diet and lack some necessary nutrients. They work too long outside, are exposed to the wind and sun all day, and are eroded by the sea. Coupled with the worry brought about by poor living conditions, they became like this." Zhang Xiaobao saw that a few children were especially thin, but their stomachs were protruding. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobao trembled in fear. Wang Wan understood why Zhang Xiaobao had such a reaction. She comforted him, "It shouldn't be because of floating water or parasites. Thin bodies, big counties. Don't think of our children as African." Zhang Xiaobao took a closer look. Indeed, it was because their bodies were too thin. Li Sun did not know which province Africa was, but he was even more curious. Why are people who live by the sea so thin? There are fish and shrimp to eat every day, so they should be fat. Then try to eat fish and shrimp every day. People here live by the sea, so it's very difficult to sell fish for money. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in a county. The neighboring places are better than here. It's just that they don't know what to plant to increase production. If there's a typhoon or something, everything will be gone. Didn't they say that the world is wide and the world is wide? This counts as well, right? Zhang Xiaobao saw the scene in front of him and began to worry. He thought that it would be difficult to come here, but he did not expect it to be so difficult. Children in their teens had no clothes to wear, adults only wore a pair of linen pants, and some women were just topless. The conditions were really too poor. What exactly was the difference? The fishing nets on the shore were also made of linen. Many small boats were directly hollowed out in the middle of the wood. There was not a single decent boat. The people on the shore and the people on the boat looked at each other. The people on the boat were curious, and the people on the shore were curious with a sense of exclusion. Zhang Zhong finished the handover 2 days later and returned. Along with him were the county magistrates of Wulei County, Huaqing County, Ninghai County, and Yushan County. There were also a few other deputies. From these people's official robes, they did not see anyone from the 6 departments, nor did they see those high-ranking officials in the state. Li Sun looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still in a daze, and explained, "In Lower Province, there are only a few people who can work in the yamen. Now is not the time to be collecting things, so most of them have returned home to do their work. The imperial court cannot directly give them their salaries, so they can only take from the taxes collected locally. They do not dare to underpay the imperial court, so there are only a few fiefs that are of little use. But isn't silver produced here? Is silver not valuable? Zhang Xiaobao really could not understand. He had never encountered such a situation. Chapter 405. Zhang Xiaobao listened attentively. Li Sun told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan everything he knew. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan know that there were not many redundant officials in a lower province like this. It was not that such a position was impossible, but that no one would come. Lu Zhou did not even have a military clerk. Zhang Zhong could be said to be a master of both military and political affairs. As for how many soldiers he had, it was hard to say. If all the people were soldiers, there should be about 7,000 soldiers in 4 counties. If all the soldiers were recruited according to the original method, well, that was, fortunately, we have trained 65 people ourselves. Otherwise, how much food would we have to feed them to make them fit enough to be useful? Wang Wan said with a lingering fear. Zhang Xiaobao continued to watch and found that there were only a few yamen runners who were not following them. Each of them had patches on their clothes. Even the clothes of a county magistrate were the same. Beside his father stood a man wearing the same color as his father. The dark red color of his clothes told others that he was a 4th-grade official. However, the color of his official robe seemed to be between dark red and light red. Which dyer dyed it? Awesome! With the presence of the officials, the onlookers finally knew that the newcomers were not bandits but new high-ranking officials. The common people were not interested in the newcomers. They were curious about the 18 ships. After the 4 county magistrates and the provincial governor who could go back, the common people learned that the new provincial governor's surname was Zhang. He was a very young man. He was the one who brought the ships. Since he wanted them to help build a temporary dock, they had to start working. They could not refuse such a high-ranking official's order. More than 1,000 strong men began to get busy. Some were looking for tools, some were chopping trees. This was just the common people of one county. They did not know about the people in other places. The older people sat on the side and gave instructions. The younger children were curious. Some played on the beach, and some jumped into the water and swam towards the boat. They were called back by their families on the shore, and they didn't go back. They just stayed there and watched. Zhang Xiaobao sat on the boat and watched the commoners work. He looked up at the sky and saw that it would be noon soon. According to the rules of the Zhang family, when others were working for them, they had to prepare food. The farmers had to prepare food for those who worked, not to mention that these commoners were working for free. Huzi, take your men and change into wetsuits. Jump down. The cook and some ingredients will be sent ashore later. You guys are in charge of protecting them. Zhang Xiaobao instructed Huzi, who was standing behind him. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. After such a long period of training, good food, drinks, and massages, it was time to take them out for a walk. Yes. Huzi answered. He turned around and shouted to the other 55 people, everyone, get changed and become bodyguards in the water. Everyone responded in unison. They turned around and raised their arms to their chests. Then, they stepped in orderly steps to change their clothes. After a while, the 56 people ran back. They were wearing swimsuits made of fish skin, and there was a small bag made of the same kind of fish skin close to their waists. In their hands were 2 feet long, very thin, double-edged steel awls. They stood on the side of the boat one after another. Huzi took a deep breath and shouted, "Jump!" 56 people jumped down from the nearly 40 feet high ship at the same time. They flipped in the air, head down and feet up, and put their hands together to protect their heads. When they entered the water, there was a splash. Their bodies turned slightly in the water, and their chests were completely exposed. Li Sun had never seen these people train. When he saw them in formation. He looked at the 56 people in formation in the water. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in surprise and asked, "How did you train them? Don't tell me that we can get out of this by following the formation. A reasonable diet, a scientific training program, the patience of the instructor, and their political awareness. That's how you train them." Wang Wan made up a story to Li Sun. Li Sun was not surprised. He often heard all kinds of strange words. He said to the two of them, "Then help me train them in the future. Just follow what you said. There's no need to follow the formation. I'll train them myself." The three of them chatted casually, but the people on the shore were not. Everyone, including Zhang Zhong, was surprised. Who were the people who jumped off the boat? Those with long vision saw that the people who jumped off the boat were covered in a light black substance from head to toe. Only their eyes and mouth were exposed. "Governor Zhang, did you bring these people here too?" Huaqing County's county magistrate, Hua Qixing, asked softly. Zhang Zhong knew that these were the 65 people. He had seen them when they were training as diving swimmers. However, he did not expect that his son and daughter-in-law would be so good after they trained them as if they were just playing around. When he heard the question, he nodded. "Yes, I brought them here. They are the guards at home to protect the young seedlings. I don't know why they jumped down. They're so high." Zhang Zhong did not believe himself after he said that. Protecting the young seedlings with such people? But that was the truth. The strong Team Zero of the seedlings. Hua Qixing naturally did not refute. He smiled and nodded. "I see. It seems that your family is good at farming. You can tell just by looking at the people protecting the seedlings. It's all right. During last year's autumn harvest, there were not many fields. They were all rice, only about 3 dan of rice. If you put it in the fields, you could get 5 dan of rice. I just don't know what will happen if you plant it here." Zhang Zhong spoke the truth this time. Unfortunately, Hua Qixing did not believe him at all. What rice? What kind of field could produce 5 dan of rice in 1 mu? He thought so in his heart, but he still agreed. "Your family is indeed extraordinary. The people of our province will have good days in the future." The surrounding officials were also listening. They did not believe him either. They thought that the new provincial governor liked to boast. They did not think much of it and prepared to continue doing their own things like before. The people also saw the people who jumped down. They were quite capable to jump down from such a high place with their heads facing down. They were wearing light black clothes. It was a little tiring to look at them in the water. If they waited until night time, no one would discover them. There were people with children in the water. They quickly forgot to greet them, afraid that those people would harm their children. Zhang Xiaobao stood on the deck and looked at the 65 people. He said to Wang Wan, "The color of this diving suit is a little dark. Later, we'll make a set of dark blue ones. Otherwise, it will be too conspicuous during the day." Wang Wan also noticed and nodded. They also needed to make something for them to summon their qi. A small air bag and a stone. Otherwise, they would not be able to sink. Li Sun listened at the side. He felt that the two of them were not talking about a simple matter. "What is your family trying to do?" "Specifically training this group of people. Those on land are to protect your family." "What about in the water?" "Protect the seedlings." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said at the same time. "Okay, then you guys protect them. I'll see what kind of seedlings will grow in the water." Li Sun did not believe in protecting the seedlings even if he was beaten to death. However, there were not many things to do here. What was the purpose of specially training the Navy? To attack others? To rely on these 56 people? The three of them casually found a topic to chat about. The cook on the ship had already started to move the items down one by one. There were more than 10 small boats below. After a while, the cooking tools and cooks arrived on the small boat and estimated the number of people on the shore. There were about 1,500 to 600 people. He made a hand gesture to the people on the boat, and they continued to put down all kinds of ingredients. 1,500 to 600 people was not the same as putting down the same amount of ingredients. There were 600 more people, and 1,000 more people's worth of staple food. In addition to these ingredients, there were also 10 large jars of salted vegetables. The head cook understood that the people here usually did not eat good food. Once they encountered something good, they would definitely eat with all their might. According to normal preparation, it would definitely not be enough. Even so, there might not be any leftovers. However, they could not make too much. The ingredients were calculated according to the amount of food an adult would eat. Children eating an adult's amount was already a lot. If they ate more, it would be easy for them to get sick. The tools were first moved over. The 56 people swam in the water to protect them. They continued to move the ingredients back and forth. The people at the place where the tools were placed retreated far away. They formed a large circle and watched. No one dared to approach. The weapons in the hands of the 56 people were a little scary. Zhang Zhong wasn't in a hurry. He looked around slowly, and from time to time, he would ask the people around him about the harvest, and what the people usually did when they came to the yamen. He didn't expect these people to tell the truth, he just wanted to find something to talk about. Provincial Governor Zhang, why are the people on your boat moving these things down? Is there no place to cook on the boat? The county magistrate of Wulei County, Zhang Yi, looked at the busy people. He avoided asking Zhang Zhong about the law and order of the county and instead asked about the cooking. Zhang Zhong was used to other people working and being in charge of the food at home. He only realized that the people here were not clear. He replied, "There is not enough space on the boat to cook for these people. There are still many people on the boat. Both sides will cook at the same time. In a while, everyone will eat together. Don't worry, they will definitely not feel uncomfortable. Cook according to the method here." "My lord, are you saying that you're going to cook for everyone here?" "My lord, we should be the ones treating you to a better place to eat as a welcome dinner." "How can we do that?" "The people will go home to eat after they finish their work." A yamen runner mustered up the courage to join in the fun and said. Zhang Zhong turned to look at the yamen runner. He smiled and said, "There's no need to trouble all of you. My family has always been like this. I can't let people do things for free. When we have time, I'll treat all of you to a better restaurant. You don't have to save. My family still has some savings." As they were too far away, these people did not know about Zhang Zhong's family. The news had not reached them yet. However, when they saw the fleet, they believed him. However, they could not figure out why someone with such wealth would become an official in Luzhou. Did he offend someone? As they spoke, all the ingredients were transported to the place. More than a dozen cooks were used to cooking in a big pot. They began to get busy. The curious people were still curious, and the people did not stop working. Zhang Zhong's first plan to pacify the people began to be carried out. Chapter 406. When all the officials heard Zhang Zhong's words, they all understood. The new provincial governor should also know that the customs here were different and wanted to buy people's hearts. Some officials were happy, some had ugly expressions, and some were indifferent. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan used their 1,000-mile eyes to record the expressions of every official, especially those who had ugly expressions. These kinds of people were usually villains. They were a little corrupt, a little bribed, and used their power to harm the interests of the common people to enrich themselves, etc. They were afraid of a person who was in charge and was even their superior. The people they were most unwilling to see were high-ranking officials from rich families. It was not easy to bribe them. The common people who were working still did not know that the new high-ranking official had asked people to cook for them. Some of them were already preparing to go home and cook for their families. At this moment, the 56 people in the water received the signal. At the same time, they stepped on the water and shouted to the common people on the shore, "Folks, don't go. Lord Zhang has already ordered people to prepare lunch. It will be eaten in a while." After shouting a few times to ensure that the common people could hear them clearly, the 56 people stopped. They were exhausted from shouting a few times just now. They were still stepping on the water. It was all thanks to their usual weight training in the water. Also, this was seawater, so the buoyancy was strong. The common people had never encountered such a situation. Even if they worked 20 days a year, they still had to bring their own food. They all looked in disbelief at Zhang Zhong, who was surrounded by officials, and then looked at the people cooking on the shore. They really did have some hope in their hearts. The common people were not looking forward to a meal. No matter how good the food was, they could endure and not eat it. They were looking forward to this matter happening. This meant that the new high-ranking official was at least a good official for now. Then, their days in the future might be better. Listen to me, wait, just wait. Let's see if they will really cook for us. An old man who was being supported by someone shouted to the crowd. He coughed twice after shouting twice. When everyone heard the old man's words, they really did not move. They all waited there. The people who were working could not be so serious. From time to time, they would stop and look at the place where the people were cooking on the shore. Lord Zhang really loves the common people like his own children. He actually brought so many ingredients when he came over from the other side. I wonder how the food there tastes. I must try it later. An official who had been expressionless earlier praised. After Zhang Zhong's praise, a trace of worry appeared on the faces of those who were previously happy. The corners of the lips of those who were previously unsightly curled up. They seemed to have not carefully listened to what Zhang Zhong had said just now. They thought that the things that Zhang Zhong had brought were from the capital, and that it was the doing of that side. The people in the north liked to eat mutton, which had a strong fishy smell. As a result, the local people would not be used to eating mutton, and they would think that the new official was deliberately harming them. When Zhang Zhong heard the man's words, he carefully sized him up, smiled, and didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaobao stared at that person on the boat. Remember this person and investigate him later. Using such petty tricks in front of me, I'll let him know what a big trick is. The old man who had spoken just now shouted again, "Everyone, listen to me. The Lord came from the capital, so the chef might also be from there. The taste of the food he made might not be used to it. Everyone, listen to me. As long as it's made by the Lord, no matter how bad it is, you have to eat it." When the commoners heard this, they all nodded. They also knew that the food from the other side was different from here. As long as it was cooked, they didn't care if they were used to it or not. They weren't used to it, but the Lord wasn't used to it either. Zhang Zhong also heard the old man's words, and this time, he became serious. The old man seemed to be not simple, he could even think of such a thing. Zhang Zhong was not worried that the food he made would not be used to the people here. He had long been used to the dishes of various places. His family had found chefs from all over the capital and spent a large amount of money to buy ingredients from all over the place. At first, he really couldn't bear it. But when he saw that his son and daughter-in-law could talk about the advantages and disadvantages no matter what kind of food they ate, and they ate so happily, he got used to it after trying it. The chefs on the boat all knew how to cook all kinds of dishes. Not to say that they were good at cooking, but at least they could grasp the flavors of various places. The ingredients were also prepared long ago. His son calculated that there was no dock here, and deliberately arranged for him to lead a group of officials here to talk, saying that he wanted to see which official was trustworthy. It was reasonable to say that it was the most convenient to make stew at this time, but stew was usually a northern dish. The chefs would rather be tired and use a big pot to cook a single dish. There were 4 dishes, but there was no soup. The main dish was rice noodles. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's experience, they felt that the people here should be similar. The chefs who came from here to the capital were particular about sour, spicy, and fragrant. Especially chicken, it was an indispensable dish, and there was also bamboo shoots. The other 2 dishes were traditional dishes, braised pork and steamed prawns. Originally, they wanted to make chestnut pancakes, but unfortunately, they couldn't get so many chestnuts. The food on the boat was enough for 10,000 people to eat a meal. The smell of other dishes spread slowly, but below the steamed prawns was the soup. The faint and strong smell was blown around by the sea breeze. After the people around smelled it, they all sniffed and shouted. After the old man who shouted just now smelled it, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Zhong with a look of appreciation. Zhang Zhong also smelled it and said to the people around him, "This dish is steamed prawns, real prawns. The smallest one is 3 inches long. Try it later. If you want to eat it directly, eat it directly. I also brought a few kinds of dipping sauces. Lord, you are so well prepared. Then we will have a good meal later." After a worried official smelled the smell, he breathed a sigh of relief and said flatteringly. The expressions of the officials changed again. All the expressions of life were shown. Except for the red braised pork, which took a long time and was only washed with water before it was taken down, there were still some procedures to be done. The other dishes, such as the chicken, had been prepared in advance and could be eaten as soon as it was taken out. The steamed prawns and bamboo shoots were made faster. When the cook felt that the red braised pork was almost ready, he began to put in the rice noodles. For the hot and sour soup, the rice noodles only needed to be put in and scooped up a few scoops. Although there was no chili here, and it was not clear if the local people could really taste it, the cooks here liked to make spicy things, such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and some slightly spicy things like chives and garlic sprouts. As soon as the red braised pork was ready, the rice noodles were also ready. Beside it, there were chopped green onions, coriander, sesame seeds, and shredded meat, as well as vinegar, sesame oil, and pepper oil. They could put whatever they wanted. Plates, bowls, and chopsticks made of thin wood were piled up in the cooking area. As soon as the fire was put out, the cook knocked on the pot with a spoon. Take a break and eat. Remember not to eat too much, especially the children and the people who are working. Otherwise, if you are tired, I will have to treat your stomachs. After repeating twice, the old man walked over first. Looking at the 4 dishes, he nodded and praised, "Good, you are so thoughtful. Give me a portion. How do I use this?" The old man picked up a plate. There were a few compartments on the plate. He looked at them but did not understand. The cook took the plate and put each of the 4 dishes in the compartments. He put the pickles in the small compartments and filled a big bowl of rice noodles. He handed over the chopsticks and said apologetically, "You can only find a place to eat. It is impossible to bring so many stools on the ship." The bowl of rice noodles was placed in a round compartment in the middle of the plate. It was very convenient to carry. The old man did not care if there was a place to sit. He walked to the side with the plate and began to eat. With someone taking the lead, the other people also lined up in a few lines and waited in front of the few cooks to eat. Once they started to eat, they could not hold back. They came over to get a portion after a meal. Everyone praised how delicious it was. When the people were a little less, Zhang Zhong also came over with the officials. He also picked up a plate and got a portion. When he put in the rice noodles, he made it slightly spicy and put less vinegar. His action was different in the eyes of the commoners. They did not expect such a high-ranking official to eat the same food as them. The food was indeed delicious. There were 4 dishes and 1 main dish. Usually, they would dream of eating it but would not dare to eat it like this. However, how could an official eat the same food as commoners like them? Zhang Zhong did not care about that. He first picked up a piece of rice noodles and put it into his mouth. He licked his lips with his tongue and said to the other officials who were stunned, "Eat? Is it because the taste is not good? I think it's okay. It's just that the braised pork made in a big pot is not very tasty." The cooks did not dare to make it so sweet. Even the new provincial governor had eaten, who else dared to not eat? Even if they felt that it was degrading to eat with the people, they had to come over to line up and get a portion of the rice. After tasting the taste of the food, they did not care about their status and ate happily. Everyone ate the other dishes sparingly. Basically, they had enough to eat. When it came to the rice noodles, they were not polite at all. The people on the ship sent some rice noodles. The cooks could not eat now, so they were busy putting it into the soup. The meal did not take too long. It was less than half an hour, but the speed of eating was countless times faster than usual. Sure enough, there were some children who were greedy. When they ate, their stomachs were clearly full. Because they ate quickly, the signal of the nerve reflex had not been transmitted to the brain. When they felt it, they could not eat anymore. The big ship immediately let down 20 doctors and 2 medical doctors. When they came here, they gave acupuncture and massage. Some of them were fine after vomiting a few mouthfuls. Some of them were not too serious and were given some yamcha pills. The local people were completely relieved this time. The official who came was a good official. The price of the 4 dishes was not low. He gave so many people to eat at once and also prepared so many doctors. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.